'Tis the season to be jolly, fa la 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel, fa la 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 la. For the ancient Yuletide carol, fa la 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 la. Hello, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on your place on the globe. People will start filtering in chunks here. It's always weird when I do these phone streams because I never know how many people are here. Sometimes it shows me that there are tons of you here, and sometimes it shows me there are 14 of you here, and I don't know. But hello. Spooky? What's spooky? There's nothing to be spooked about. This bunker is secure, okay? The hair. Oh, I had to let it down. So for those that are here, I spent all day today, well, not all day, but a good chunk of the day today, unloading the last of my stuff, getting it moved into the proper rooms, etc. Everything's unloaded. It's not all unpacked, but everything is unloaded. So we're well on our way to a normal lifestyle now. And good evening, Lord of Duck. Hello, hello. And so, yeah, you guys are catching me on the tail end of that. It was a long day. House tour, no. You guys ain't getting one. Not right now, at least. Maybe at some point I'll walk you through like my little shooting area in there, but you guys aren't getting a house tour. You guys will have to suck it up because you ain't getting it. You're going to have to suck it up because you ain't getting it. Let me see if I can find a place like I did last night on this leg, though. Come on. Pull that out. Yeah. While people are filtering in is the time to figure this out. Like, not when the stream is started. Ooh, come on. Here we go. Okay. Whoop. Okay. Sorry, my hair's been up in a fucking bun all day. So it's still wet from this morning's shower. Isn't that great? It's something I didn't know. You missed me, huh? Oh, dude, that Giuliani conference was something. I woke up kind of early in the morning, and then phased in and out of sleep for a while and woke up again, and I saw that there was a live Trump conference, and I was like, fuck it, I'll listen to this. And it was insanity. It was pure insanity. I'm not claiming to have paid too much attention, but what I did hear was abject fucking lunacy coming out of the mouths of the people that were talking. Like once again, you have to put this in perspective, okay? I'm a dude that doesn't really care about politics all that much anymore. I don't really watch it, so I was half asleep. I was using it as kind of background noise to fall back to sleep, right? But here's what I got. There is some kind of secret cabal between Venezuela, Cuba, and Germany, and some voting company, some voting machine company, to ship votes out of the United States to Germany where they could be secretly sorted and only the Biden votes count. That's what I heard. And I was like, what? What? This is happening again? So it's like Russiagate, but again. Just got my Doomer sweatshirt in the mail. I love it. I now feel complete. Thank you. Well, don't thank me. I'll tell you who is most instrumental in making our fucking merch happen. Thank Taylor. Taylor put in a lot of the work with Bonfire to make that shirt happen, so make sure you pass her some props as well if you enjoy it. Hit her up on Twitter or whatever. She'll like to hear it. Sie Germans got here. Yeah, Sie Germans. Sie Germans. Are y'all moving or something? I have moved. I myself have moved, if you have not heard. I don't know how you haven't heard yet. Also, DP split, and there's a new show, and 3 of the people from the original DP went, and they did a new show, and then the old DP is now a new thing. So I'm just letting you know if you haven't been in the loop. How far underground am I? If I tell you that, you'll be able to narrow down the facility, so I'm not going to tell you. The Union won the Civil War. Did you hear? Yeah. Titus the Gaul beat Scipio Africanus at Carthage. Did you guys hear? Did you guys get the news? Did you hear Jesus went to Nazareth? He did? Oh, shit. Dude, I look pretty spiffy right now. You guys can't see it, but look, dude, I got a pea coat on. It's like one of those dope-ass, like, navy pea coats. Now, I've had it forever, but I've been too fat to wear it forever. And now I can wear it. Now it fits me. In the Navy. Da, 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 da. I need it out here. It's fucking, it's cold. Being fat is bad for your health. Yes. Yes, it is. I'm going to try and be quiet, because at this point in the bunker is very close to my bedroom part of the bunker. And so I have to, Amelia is tired and trying to rest, and so I can't be screaming. Maybe I'll turn this around so I'm screaming that way. That's a good idea. Let's do that. Excuse me. All right. There we go. Okay, that'll be better. That'll be less likely to generate tons of noise if I get loud. And she'll be thankful for that. Careful, Paul, they might see the stars. Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm like Shia LaBeouf's flag right now. Is your bunker a vault? Let me just say this. It's well sequestered and well sealed, and that's all I care about. Paul, have you gotten sweaty lately? Yeah, I was wondering if you have any tips on sweatiness. Yes, I got sweaty today because I was moving. You got to accept your sweatiness, all right? If you're a sweaty person, you got to get through the sweat. Now, I will tell you, lighter colored shirts show the sweatiness way worse than darker colored shirts do. So if I were you, if you're planning on being sweaty, get a fresh black tee and wear that. Did I always smoke cigarettes? No. I quit for a long time. I smoked for a long time, then quit for a long time, and then picked up again. Vault Tech introduces the Pult. Pult Tech, yes. I'm in the Pult. Pure white tee and rock those sweat stains. Hey, you can do it that way too. But if you're concerned about the sweatiness, then that's what you're gonna do. What cigs do you recommend? I don't. I recommend you stay far away from cigarettes. They are bad for you. Gray is the worst. You're right. You're right about that. It shows worse on a gray shirt. So stay away from like colored shirts, gray shirts. Get a fresh black tee and wear that shit. Marlboro menthol is the best. Whatever, dude. You guys can fucking argue till the cows come home about that. Paul, do you like Southern rap? UGK, Outkast, 3 So? Yes, I do. Will you indulge me in 3 guesses on who can beat Gorilla? Sure. If you get it right, I'll let you know. But nobody's guessed it yet, so I'll be watching for your guesses. Do it one at a time and just name the person or character. Do it one at a time, and I'll be watching for your guesses. The thing that can beat gorilla is gorilla. No, nobody else gets guesses. I granted one Mr. Manhattan. No. And it's Dr. Manhattan, not Mr. Manhattan, but no. Especially not Mr. Manhattan. The bootleg Dr. Manhattan, no. Somebody ban Insane in the Taint, please. He's asked the same stupid question 3 times, and he has sinned, and he must pay before the fucking all of us. Shame, ding. Shame, ding. Shame, ding. There he goes. Thank you, Marshall. Sorry you're the only one around. I'll take care of the next one. Usually there's a lot of wrenches in the chat, but tonight not so much. He should wear those cones they put on sick dogs. Yeah. I'm only an honorary wrench. Well, if I call for a ban, though, Jason, and you're around, you can do it, okay? Like, if I'm open calling for bans, you are free to do it. But if I see you banning outside of that, then you will lose your wrench. You're a restricted Spectre. Like Shepard when he first joins the Spectres in Mass Effect 1. You're being watched, okay? You follow orders, goddammit. The rest of these Spectres are like Sarens, dude. They go where they please. It's all good. You can allow comments. Just make sure it's all good. Thanks, Paul. I get sweaty a lot. Maybe a genetic thing, and it has always bothered me. Well, yeah. I mean, dude, hey, I'm not super sweaty, but I get sweaty. I get real sweaty. Any updates on Cinema for Cynics? So, what I'd hoped to do tonight for my Highdeology was to do it from my computer. I didn't quite get that far. But that'll be set up by the end of tonight. And then hopefully once I get everything set up here in the new studio space, I can start cranking out some Cinema for Cynics videos. Now, I'm not giving you an ETA because it's down the road a piece. Getting back on track with the shows and getting those flowing again is step 1. Once that happens, we've gotten ahead of the game, which allows me time and the other guys time to develop other properties. And one of the ones that I will be working on will be Center for Cynics. And yes, another one that I will be working on is adapting Dank D&D for a distance setting for now. And then hopefully in the future, once a vaccine exists, we can all fly and get together and do Dank D&D together. But for right now, that's okay. But you guys got to understand, you got no dates on those, but you have to know that those are the 2 properties that I personally will be looking at. Outside of DFF, Flash Fried, etc. Dank distanced dungeons and drunken dragons, yeah. Dank D&D in VR. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know what the setup would be like on that, but it would be pretty dope. I'd try it. I'd at least give it a shot. All right, you guys got to go to the What She Sees camera for a minute because I'm tired of fucking propping this thing up on my leg, so you just got to deal with it. This is the best angle, yeah. The Gooch cam. Show your underbeard? Okay. Oh, hold on. I still got my mask on. Let me take my stupid mask off. I didn't realize. Oh, man, that feels good. Shitty. I had that mask on for a minute. There you go. There's the underbeard. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know what's it look like under there. I can't see because when I pull it up, it's over my eyes. Is there a nunt? Oh, tell me there's not a nunt under there. Hold on, I'm gonna get you guys in closer, and I want you to be fucking serious because I can't see. Is there a nunt? Is there a nunt? Is there a nunt? That's all I want to know. Is there a nunt? No nunt? Smooth. That's what I was hoping for. Can confirm. All right. No nunt. Thank you. If Chelsea says it and Marshall says it, then all the other ones are backed up in my mind. Those two people would not steer me wrong. If I had a nunt, they'd tell me. L'chaim, Paul. There was no nunt from what I can tell. Well wishes from a passing drunk. Well, thank you, Column V. Or Column 5, if you're doing the whole Roman numeral thing. What'd it do? It do what it do. What'd it do with you? Paul, do you think there is any credibility to the 9/11 conspiracy theories? No. Do you need do you need a kind of formal shirt to confirm a nunt? I don't know, man. I'm just glad that there's not one forming under there. That's all. I read one communist book, and now that's all I get recommended on Amazon. Well, that's all you're interested in is communism, of course. Am I allowed to vote? Yes. There's no barrier to me voting other than my desire not to. How are you settling at the Norwegian base from the thing? I'm settling in. I already had the long hair and the beard, so it was like I was meant to be here. Got the pea coat. I'm ready to go. Do you think EA could do a KOTOR 3 properly? No. No. Probably not, no. Is nunt an age-related thing? For some people it is. Some people go to their graves and get hella old and they never get the turkey neck all that bad, and then some people get it real bad. So it'll happen both ways. You never do know. Paul, would you buy a gun to defend your bunker? What makes you think I already haven't? Paul is in the room where poor rats slept in the with the poor rats slept in American Tail. When I was but a lad, I lost my true love fair. A catacomb, he caught us by surprise. In a flash of teeth and fur, her tail was all he'd left of her. Nitha vera, quis veritu talura lie. But there are no cats in America, and the streets are paved with cheese. There are no cats in America, so set your mind at ease. No, I don't miss Louisiana. There's a rocket launch happening, and for every viewer, Gabe Newell will donate a $1 to a hospital. Currently, there's 50K viewers. There's 200 less because of me. Thank God. Get out of here. Dude, I don't care what Gabe Newell is donating to what. I don't want people going from... I'm not watching no rocket launch, and I don't want none of these people watching a rocket launch. No, I'm kidding. Go check out the rocket launch and make Gaben give $1. I don't care. I'm not gonna demod Coolman. Coolman's got permanent specterhood. Do you really leave Louisiana? Yes, I did. Thank goodness. It's true. Don't demod me. I wouldn't. Don't worry about it. I just told everybody what's what. Coolman, you ain't got to worry about it. Coolman's an OG. Yeah, exactly. Coolman would have to do something horrible to be demodded. He would have to betray me in the worst ways. What did you like about Louisiana? I liked the season. Like I liked the fact that winter was actually a real respite from summer, which was nice. Like the in the winter time, the weather's pretty cool in Louisiana. Like it doesn't get like super duper ultra cold, and it doesn't overstay its welcome. They actually have like some seasons in Louisiana, which is nice. So the wildlife was kind of cool. Yeah, winter is great. I liked sitting on my back porch and watching the wildlife and stuff, and that was cool. I liked the food. I liked some of the culture. I like the jazz music, and I like for what it is. I like New Orleans, although it's a place that I feel like I've seen enough of. If I never go back to New Orleans in my life, I'll be okay with it. You know, it's not going to be a place where I'm like, damn man, I'm feeling that New Orleans itch. I just don't see that happening. Yeah, I made it. I made it okay, Chels. I hoped TJ would tell you, but yeah, no, I'm fine. I was telling everybody earlier that we got everything unloaded today, and so that's, you know, now it's just like unpacking and finding where everything goes, and you know how that is. But we're doing good. Everything's set up. My internet is good. I'll be ready to go by the end of tonight. I'll be ready to film like I never stopped. I got to Uruguay pretty quick. I mean, dude, it's air travel. I mean, you could be anywhere on the globe pretty fucking quick. I hope you're ready for people to ask vague questions to try and geolocate me. Dude, it's all good. What's going on here? Somebody being towed? Did I get to be a busybody kind of? Because there's like a road that's about a half mile away, and so I can just like watch what's going on it. I feel like such a neighborhood sleazeball now. What's your zip code? 7029817. There's no point in tracking Paul. The bunker has teleport. Don't tell them that, but thank you. That is true, but they don't need to know that. That just makes it easier. Do I have woods near me? I mean, doesn't everybody? I'm not going to tell you. Maybe. Maybe I got woods, maybe I don't. They don't have zip codes on the moon. I can't believe you moved to the center of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. It was the only place I could be left the fuck alone, bro. That's all I care about in life. Unless you're one of a very few people who know who they are, I really don't want to talk to you. Like, ever. I don't want to hear from you and shit. It's nothing personal. Like, and like look, dude, here's the thing. Nobody that's in contact with me worries about it. And the people who aren't in contact with me, there's nothing to worry about because it's just not you're not gonna hear from me. It's just the kind of person I am. The kids call it keeping your circle small. My circle is small. And I keep it that way. A lot of people don't know how to respect that either. I need a lot of time alone. Dude, me and you are the same fucking way on that shit. And that was kind of a hard thing, I think. Well, it's always a hard thing, and I'm sure you'll fucking commiserate with this when you're starting a new relationship and shit. Because you go through, if you're that kind of person, and I've always been that kind of person, they're just like There are times I can't be around anybody. I need to be off by myself, and there's nothing wrong with it. I used to think that there was a whole bunch wrong. Like people treat you like, I don't know. Anyway, people are not real accepting when you're this type of person. But it took me a while to learn that it's okay to be a person that has to go off by themselves sometimes. The introvert. Well, I'm an ambivert, and I didn't even know what that was until a couple of years ago. And so I have these bursts like you guys are experiencing right now, a very like sociability, like outgoing wallflower kind of social butterfly kind of extrovert nature. And then I have a period of introversion, and I have to abide by it, because if I don't, it drives me nuts. If somebody's coming in on me and somebody's like, I don't know, if I just have to be able to tell people like, hey, I can't have people in my bubble right now, and they have to be cool with it, and they have to know it's not about them. And so the people that are around me in my personal life all know that. No, you can't be in my bubble. You're already in my bubble. You don't understand. This is as close as you get. This is as parasocial as I go. Time away from anyone and everyone is necessary to maintain sanity. Well, for some people, there are people that are like really strong extroverts that really feel like they need to be always in the presence of someone else, always conversing, and that's fine. It's nothing wrong with it. And there are people that are total introverts that really do not like to socialize much or at all. And then there are people that are kind of a mix of the two, and I'm one of those. You know what I mean? And it's no rarer than any of the other ones. I'm not trying to claim like it's... I hate it. I hate saying, like, I'm an ambivert, because it sounds like I'm a, polytriglyceride demi-boy transhumanist, whatever. It just feels like label games, but it's the best... If you look into what it means and shit, it's the best way to describe how my life is. I can socialize as long as you let me sit on the outside of the group and not interact at all. I like to listen. That's cool. I know a lot of people like that. And, like, here's the thing, man. There's this, like, old, especially in the United States, the old, I don't know, this old social order where everybody has to be like, hi, Bill. Hi, Joe. How are you? Doing fine. How are you? Oh, you know what I mean? And, like, that shit is still upheld in a lot of places. But really, what's true is that there always have been different kinds of people, and it's okay to be a different kind of person. If you're not Sunny Jim, you know what I mean? It's okay. And it took me a long time to realize that. I used to walk around like that. That's why the picture of White Guilt Paul looks so sad. That's why, despite the smile, it looks like emptiness and the void of, Nietzschean fucking origin. That's why the pupils are so dilated and fixed in a foggy way on some distant point. That's why. It's because I was doing the Sunny Jim thing. Because that's, hi, everybody. Oh, gee whiz, I love being at work. Because that's how you had to fucking conduct yourself at my job. That's how it was expected, If you guys think I got to walk around any of my jobs looking or talking like I do to you guys right now, if you were to come over to my bunker and ride the elevator 3 miles down, this is what you would get. Dude, trust me, I wasn't allowed to be what I am for most of my life. Toodly toody dee 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 dee. And as a consequence of that, nobody ever really met me, including me. How fucked up is that? That's the truth of that's like the sad truth of human existence, especially when you follow the expected track, which is what I was doing. The one thing that I skipped out on was college, but I'm telling you, I was doing every other goddamn part. Got a good job, check. Found a good girl, check. Settled down, check. Got a house, check. Try for kids, check, check, check. I was checking all the boxes, bro. And I'm telling you, dude, I didn't even meet myself until I got away from that. I didn't even know what it was that I was trying to be. Down to every little detail of it. You know, and that's why there was this meme, and it wasn't really a meme, about how like Paul's personality is changing a lot. It was during the early days of the DP show, for those of you that were around then. Paul, you know, like, oh yeah, from stream to stream, sometimes Paul laughs differently or Paul sounds differently. I was in flux. Truth be told. Hand to God. I didn't know who I was. I was living in a world that I didn't know existed. I was living around people who didn't give a fuck how I dressed or talked. And I didn't know how I wanted to be. I didn't know what I was. And it took me like a good fucking solid, like 3, 4, 5 years of being away from that, whatever that was, the white picket fence thing, that expectation, to even like shake hands with myself. You know what I mean? Not literally, but figuratively reach my hand out to myself and say, hi, I'm Paul. Who the fuck are you? So, you know, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how we got off on this tangent. I'm happy you're in an environment where you can be free. I'm as free as I can be. I'm not free, but I'm as free as I can be. Freer than I have been. I can see myself becoming Paul within the next decade. Out of high school, skipped college, bought a home, got a girl, American dream, an empty feeling, really. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. That's not a good sign, bro. Some people thrive in that environment. Do you think people should follow their dreams and passions? I think that people are constrained, man. To be quite frank with you, here's what happened with me. You want to know what happened with me? Normal ass fucking dude. I did the same shit that probably any of you do. Worked the same kind of jobs. My first job ever was at a Wendy's. Then I worked at a Blockbuster Video. I worked at a recycling company. I bought my first car with money that I worked a summer job to get. My parents didn't have much by the time I was a teenager. They didn't have much at all, but like the middle class collapsed in my childhood. So you got to take that into account. They were both factory workers, and they became what factory workers are now. And, you know, in terms of what they were making and what they could afford and shit. And that made my life, you know, I'm not going to claim I grew up fucking like dirt ass living under a bridge poor in the system or anything. I'm lucky to have what I had. But, you know what I mean? Had a normal existence, drove a beater ass fucking car, tried college a few times, worked at a Starbucks. How you doing, Naughty Priest? I'm telling you how I am. But thank you as always. I stumbled my way through it. Is there going to be a train? You guys get to hear a train. It's not going to blow his horn. It looked like I don't know what that looked like. It's a very short train. Choo choo, chugga 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 choo choo. Oh, there he goes. I like that train whistle. Lives near the train tracks, noted. I mean, yeah, that does kind of narrow it down, but there's a lot of train tracks in this world. I got a train near me. No, I actually like it. Like, I knew about this place that I'm moving to, that I was near train tracks, and I grew up near train tracks, so it's actually, like, it puts me to sleep and shit. I love that sound. I like the distant whistle. Yeah, dude, people are calculating whistle length and train length. I went from stumbling through school to home ownership, steady job, etc. It's not until I got locked into a mortgage and a car bill that I realized it wasn't what I wanted. Well, I can relate with that. But anyway, I kind of just followed everybody's expectations through life. I found jobs. I stayed at, once I found really good jobs, I stayed at them forever. I worked at Starbucks for 8 years and change. Never rose beyond like an assistant store manager. Didn't want to, because I made enough money to finance what I wanted to do outside of it. Oh shit, bumping. I heard Johnny Bumpins drive by last night. I didn't know that people still did that, but now I know. Johnny Bumpins, dude. Paul, sometimes I get depressed about life and the world, but then I remember I can get baked and drunk, play video games, all while watching you stream. The world is sometimes kind of beautiful. No, it isn't, but that's cool that you find a little beauty in it. I mean, that part of the world, that's not really that beautiful, but hey, if you find beauty in it, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? There's beauty in the world, but you have to like go to it. It doesn't come to you. It doesn't come to you in your living room. Not really. I mean, but you can have beautiful moments in your living room. Well, so far, Johnny Bumpin has driven by twice, and he's been bumping really good songs both times. So I'm like, man, dude, see, this is the type of neighborhood shit that other people, I'm sure the other people that live around where I'm living are salty at Johnny Bumpins. But I'm not, because Johnny Bumpins is playing good music. And he doesn't, he's not like sitting right outside my house doing it all day. He bumps by and he goes about his business. Johnny Bumpin just drove by. I just missed a bunch of super chats. Holy fuck. What's going on here? I feel like I'm on the brink of being permanently stuck. I'm a passenger in my own life. Admire your courage stepping away from it all. How do you guys like... What? How do you guys like the outros? I like the outro. I don't know. I've been moving, dude. So they started using a new outro. I haven't seen it yet. You have to forgive me. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, the whole point of me going on and on about my little weird path through life was I did all the shit, right? I went and worked the jobs, and when I found a good one, I worked it. And I didn't leave that job until I had another job that was a better job lined up and in the pipes. And then I did it. And I took a step up, and I was still miserable. And I was married, and I was still miserable. And I bought a house. I moved out of, I was living in kind of like an apartment / condo kind of place. And I bought a house, a whole ass house with a pool and like a backyard, and had 2 dogs and the whole 9, dude. I had the whole fucking 9. There wasn't anything that I didn't have that wasn't part of the American dream. You know what I mean? Other than a kid. But that's, I'm thankful for that now. I'm glad I didn't have one of those. But you're still miserable, but better. I'm not miserable anymore. Like, I'm not going to tell you everything's sunshine and roses, but I feel okay about my life. Like, I'm able to move where I want to move, and I'm doing okay, and I have a job that lets me interact with people like this and be funny and creative in ways that I wouldn't have access to in other ways. And it opens up doors for me in my free time to chill with people who are like-minded, and it's all good. You know, I feel good. I'm pleasurable, yeah. I moved to Reno. How do you know? How'd you find out, Noel? Tell me. Tell me how you found out. If we're gonna drop the veil, at least tell me how you found out. Tell me what it was. Was it a blind guess, dude? No, I'm kidding. I didn't move to fucking no Reno, you dumb shit. What's the most interesting national park or monument? As far as I've ever been to, Yosemite National Park. I don't know that there's one. When you're talking about just straight up natural, unspoiled beauty, I really don't know that there's anything like Yosemite National Park in California. Now, I might be wrong about that or biased about that because I grew up near there, but I haven't been to a lot of national parks, and I've never been to one that blew my fucking socks off like Yosemite does every time I fucking go there. So, Redwoods National Park in California, too. I spent a lot of time there when I was a kid, so. Wanted to go there and had plans after college, but COVID said, nah, yeah. Paul, you should motorcycle across the USA. That sounds miserable. No, thank you. Yeah, that sounds like pure fucking unadulterated misery. I'll pass. You guys go ahead and look at the ceiling for a second, yeah? I'm going to go get myself something to drink and wet my whistle with. Be right back. Whoa. 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 Red Solo cup. I tip you up. Let's drink some water. Poral. What's in it? Ice cubes and orange juice. I moved to Tartarus. Ooh, that'd be cool. I'm glad. I wish that was true, but it's not. Just kidding, it is. Or is it? Insert spooky skeleton sound here. All right, I need to stop that. If I'm gonna keep streaming, I haven't had access to that for a while, so I need to stop that. Let me do this instead. Holy shit. How do you still not have a decent tripod for your phone streams? I had one back at my old place. I just haven't unpacked it. I used to have you guys on an arm at my old place. You're a dumb fuck. Somebody go back and ban that guy permanently, please. The guy that was talking about the, he's fucking stupid. I want him gone. Like, not even a second chance. I don't even want him timed out. I want him nuked. So whoever that dude was, I want him gone. Asking about my arm. Yes, I had one. I still have one. I'm moving. It's still packed in my shit. I've been here a fucking day and a half. Like, give me a minute, guys. I want him dunked. Get him out of here. What a dumb fuck. Yeah, dude. Death of 1,000 cuts, dude. Like 13 people banned him. That's what I like to see. Paul moved from Wales to for some fresh leek. Yes. Oh man, it's cold. You can use that to geolocate. It's cold. Are you gonna finish the DFF game when you're all settled down? Yes, I want to beat that game. I'll do it with you guys. I don't know that it'll take me as long as it took me the last time, but I'm pretty sure I'm close to the end. Paul had his cult of acolytes build a bunker under the cover of night. Cold, but not too cold. I'm wearing a fucking navy pea coat. My hands are really cold. I'm gonna have to set you guys down and just talk to you here in a minute and put my fucking hands in the pockets of this coat, so it's a little too cold. He didn't really move anywhere. That would be the ultimate mind fuck. I moved down the street from where I was, you know what I mean? It's possible. Not probable, but possible. I moved into TJ's backyard. You got me. I'm trying to get the courage to step outside from my warm, cozy home. Yeah. Well, suck it up. Don't be a bitch. I'm sitting out in it. You can do so too. I just moved to another room. Yeah. You'll be sweating all winter in Tennessee. Well, we'll see, dude. I guess we'll see. You found me, though. You found me. Paul moves so he can get treatment for BAFA. What's BAFA? Did I just say something? Did you just make me say something? No, yeah. I was supposed to say BOFA. Yeah, BOFA D's nuts. All right, but I said BAFA. All right, well, you almost landed it. You almost got him. That was like a 75% got him. If I would have said, what's BOFA, that would have been way better, dude. But I said it like Jimmy Boffa. Well, yeah, that is my fault, but the fact that I didn't play along took a little of the sting away from the got him. It's a 75% got him. It's not like the scorpion sting of 100%. Like, if I would have been like, what's BOFA? But here's the thing. If you would have spelled it different, if you would have spelled it like BOWFA, you might have got me, but you probably wouldn't have. See, that's the thing. I usually am pretty good at not getting like, you know, oh man, I'm Sugandese. You know what I mean? What's Sugandese? Sugandese nuts, man. Like, I'm pretty good at not getting nailed by that, dude. I'm an internet person. But Bafa didn't, you know what I mean? You should have spelled it Bofa. Then you might have got me. Yo, Paul, love that DFF game you played the other day. Ever gonna finish it? Yeah, when I get my shit set up, I'll do a stream. I don't know when, but I'll do a stream and I'll finish it up with you guys. I am so fucking retarded. Ever get your painting from Chelsea? No, I don't. I haven't even talked to Chelsea about it. I don't even know if she wants to take commissions, but I would love to pay Chelsea for a painting. Whatever, and I would just want her to do whatever she wants to fucking do with it. You know what I mean? And I'd love to pay for it and pay for it to be shipped and shit, because I've always liked Chelsea's art, and I only have a little bit of it. Like a little tiny bit that she drew on my giant white Yelp Paul poster. So I'd like to get like a nice little painting I can put up of Chelsea's. It'd be cool. All right, so I'm gonna do it this way. I know my hand is shaking. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and find that sweet spot. Here we go. We're gonna try and find a spot where this shit'll stay up and I don't have to work with it. And then I can put my hands in my pockets and the other one's giving a high five, you know what I mean? I'm broke, but I'm happy. I'm poor, but I'm kind. I'm tired, but I'm working, yeah. I'm high, but I'm grounded. I'm sane, but I'm overwhelmed. I'm lost and I'm sorry, baby. And what it all comes down... Analysis Beaufacet. Yeah, dude. Stick your hands in your beard for warmth, but I'd never get them out, dude. This beard is like a nest. You never stick your hands in a dwarf's beard, else you'd never get them back out again. He'll have to cut them off with his axe, and then it'll become part of his beard adornment. Yeah, you don't put your hands off in your beard. That's rule number 1 of your beard, man. You can stroke your beard, but you don't put your hands off in it. Stroke the outside of it. Been watching Lord of the Rings again. Boromir's death still good. Yeah, Boromir's death is pretty fucking good, dude. It's a heart-wrenching one. The limb-severing force of a beard grip. Exactly, dude. That's where you keep winter supplies in the beard, yeah. Ever killed a Canadian soldier? No. The Rohan charge, yeah, that's the part that's probably, like, I haven't watched it in a hot minute, but if I go back and watch it, that if it's gonna get me, it's gonna be the Rohan charge or the siege of fucking whatchamacallit, the siege of Helm's Deep. But definitely the Rohan charge. That's the one for me, dude. Now for Wrath, now for Ruin, and a Red Dawn charge, Rohirrim charge. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dude, it's just like yes. I'll charge with you. I'll do it. And the horns, dude. Yeah, death, dude. Death! The horns. It's just like, oh, man. Oh, dude. Last time I ordered a chocolate milk, they gave me soda instead. That sucks. I would complain. I would write a bad review on whatever shit. I'd write a bad review on Yelp or whatever. Why does Paul seem so happy? Have I missed something? I'm not. I'm miserable. Can't you see? I'm in misery. A boo-hoo-hoo. A boo-hoo-hoo. A boo-hoo-hoo. We ever show the outdoor scenery? Probably, there's really not. Oh, I'm not going to share it with you guys, no. There's some dead giveaways out here. So no, you guys will never see it. But I do love my scenery. It's pretty. Well, there's not like dead giveaways, but there's some giveaways. Do I like my new pad? I do. It's very weird. It's like the house and the others, but smaller. If you've ever seen the others, you know what I'm talking about, where there's like a million doors and they all lead to the same place. It's like a very small version. Yeah, my smoke spot is very cozy. 100. It got cozier today because I unloaded. So today I'm sitting in my rocking chair. I can't really rock a lot because it'll knock my phone over, but it's the chair that I'm used to sitting in. So I'm very happy that I got my rocking chair back. You may have died. I may have. This may be like limbo or something. Happiness is a warm gun. Happiness is a warm gun. When I hold you in my hands and put my finger upon your trigger, bang, bang, shoot, shoot. Oh, man. New metal or mumble rap? Better music genre. Mumble rap. Dude, even when new metal was like hot and like when I turned on the radio, it was like back off, I take you on, headstrong, I take on anyone. I knew that was shit. I was like, that ain't it. But mumble rap is legitimately good. Like I'll listen to some straight up like actual mumble rap too. I listen to young bands, unironically. And if you guys want to hear like like it's like whisper mumble rap. I'm on the beach with my feet up. Hey, I got the girls with my speaker up. Hey, and I just turn my speakers up. Hey. I like young bands. Riding in the 40 with my bitch. Dollar signs on my. If it ain't about money, I don't worry about it. Yeah. If it ain't about money, like that's literally how he raps, and I'm into it. I'm down with some young bands, dude. He's one of the dudes I'll listen to. So yeah, definitely mumble rap. I was a big fan of Rage. I was just the right age for Rage. I was in high school when Rage Against the Machine dropped. What's their fucking thing? And it's not Enchanted Kingdom. It's like, what is it? Whatever Kingdom. Whatever that album is. Can't remember the name. It's some kind of kingdom. Anyway, their big first Evil Empire. Thank you. Yeah, that's what it is. Dude, that whole. Yeah, I was into Rage. I was lucky, dude. I was right the right age, too, when Rage came out. I knew how to headbang and stuff. Dude, Evil Empire will always hold up. Dude, that whole album is just like angry and left. And you're like, yes. Yes. Angry leftism. Yes, it did exist once. I miss that shit. I mean, Bulls on Parade was ubiquitous when I was a kid, and I'd be a liar if I told you it wasn't one of my favorite cuts on the album. But was Guerrilla Radio on that? Or was that on their next album? Because I really like Guerrilla Radio. And I liked, I don't know the names of the fucking songs very well. It's been a long time. I need to go back and listen to Evil Empire, dude. That's the truth. It's been a while since I banged that whole album out. Yeah, Guerrilla Radio, I think, was on their second album. Meat Puppets were great. I'm a huge Meat Puppets fan. My favorite Meat Puppets album is, is it Too High to Die? Somebody will have to look it up for me. It's the one that's got Swimming Ground on it. That's my favorite Meat Puppets song. Swimming Ground. Is it 100% fun? It's either 100% fun. No, that's Daniel Johnston. I'm all fucked up. I'm not good with album titles, y'all. Deftones was dead into the Deftones. I really liked the Deftones once they reached the Around the Fur era, and then I went back and learned to appreciate the earlier Deftones album, but Around the Fur is my home base. Up on the sun, yeah. We find the scum. Yeah, early Incubus. The first time I remember hearing Incubus was that I dig my toes into the sand. The ocean looks like 1,000 diamonds. Blah 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 blah. I was not really into early Incubus. Ween is awesome. No, dude. If you want to rock out to some Deftones, listen to Around the Fur. Dude, that riff in the title cut from Around the Fur. It starts out with just a bass riff, and it just rocks so fucking hard, man. Oh, My Own Summer. I think that might be the name of the song. It may not be Around the Fur. I might be thinking of My Own Summer when I did that riff. Just listen to the album. Don't be a dork. Do you like the Tool album? I got into Tool when they dropped. It's not Lateralis. What's the one with the holographic eyes and shit on it? Anima. So I got into Tool when Enema dropped. And then I went back and got Undertow, which is really great. I actually liked Undertow better than Enema for a while. And then, of course, Lateralis came out, and everybody loved that. And I got to see Tool live in a big arena setting on the Lateralis tour, which I'm fucking so glad I did. I had great seats, too. I was like 9 rows back from center stage, dude. It was awesome. They put on an awesome fucking show. Yeah, dude. 9 rows back in the pit, center stage, in an arena. It was dope. It was dope. I almost caught a drum head. I was that close. I let a little kid get it. There was like a little fat kid that was into Tool, and he was in front of me, and he and I were we were into it. And well, he wasn't right in front of me. He was like an aisle over, but he throws his drum heads at the end, and man, I was right there. I could have snatched it, but I saw a little fat kid. I was like, I'm probably going to lose that drum head. Let that little fat kid get the drum head. Should have decked that kid. Nah, I'm not like that shit isn't really interesting to me. Like, it's cool as like a conversation piece, I guess. Like, oh, I got a drumstick or whatever, but I'm not a musician, so I don't really revere that shit. I'd probably lose it or break it or whatever. It's better off in somebody else's hands. System, yeah, I liked System when they came out. First System song I ever heard was that Chop Suey song. And I went and bought that, whatever that album was, and I liked it. But then Toxicity came out, and Toxicity was that was the album. Rammstein, I've always wanted to see Rammstein, so very jelly. Chop Suey was on Toxicity. Well, then I'm fucked up. It was Sugar. Sugar, was that the song's name? Was it Sugar? The that is Sugar. I play Russian roulette every day. It's a man's sport with a bullet called life. Yes, with a bullet called life. Talk about mushroom people sitting around all day. Mastodon, I like Mastodon, yeah. The Slaw Bunnies? Nah, man. Never heard of them. Lord of Duck. I was into Limp Bizkit on their first album. $3 Bill, y'all, is still a legit album. It's not cringy. It's actually a pretty fucking good album. So I liked Limp Bizkit when they first came on the scene. Did you get me? What did I say? Slob on these nuts, you fucking asshole. All right. He got me. He got me good. That was a good. He got me good, man. He got me good. Fucking Lord of Duck, dude. No, dude, Imagine Dragons is bullshit, bro. Imagine Dragons is straight up fucking bullshit, bro. 100% bullshit. No, I never got into Imagine Dragons. Fuck that shit. Sorry, too wholesome for me, man. I cut my teeth in the 80s and 90s where, like, the 80s was all about, like, cocaine and discotheque shit, and then the 90s was all about fuck you authority. So it doesn't have enough of that. It's like hard-ish, but not, you know what I mean? It's a little boy bandish for me, you know? What do you think about Korn? I liked Korn back in the day. Earlier Korn is better, although I did like them. Some of the, well, what I consider later Korn is probably not later Korn anymore. I'm trying to remember the name of the Korn song, which was the last one I really genuinely liked, or how it went. I almost remember the video, but I can't remember the song. Yeah, I don't know. Coming Undone. He scats in the middle of it. He's like, there's a breakdown where he's like, go, Freak on a Leash. Yeah, there you go. That's the one. Feeling like a freak on the leash. Feeling like I got no release. That was the one. That scat breakdown, though. Yeah, I liked REM when they were out. I don't like all REM. Like, I don't listen to Shiny Happy People a lot, although it's a pretty good song. I like Man on the Moon. I like Losing My Religion. I like End of the World, but in small doses. I can't listen to It's the End of the World as We Know It over and over. Metal's Golden Age. I mean, I won't fight you on Metal's Golden Age because I couldn't give a fuck about metal, bro. That's just the sad truth of it. Like, I'm not a metalhead. Like, I liked some metal bands. Like, I guess Tool is like industrial metal, or I don't know. I don't really consider Tool like traditional metal. But I liked Tool. I liked, you know, some of the 90s metal bands. I did not like Metallica. I don't really give a fuck about, like, Slayer or Megadeth or any of that shit. The only, like, black metal band that I like is Burzum, and the only reason I like them is because I know the story behind Burzum. So, I'm just not a metalhead, man. I just don't give a shit. Most obscure artist that I listen to? Knower, probably. There's like a YouTube band named Knower that I like a lot. I don't. They haven't made music in a while. Knower, like you know something, but you're a knower. Yeah, Knower. You can look them up. Look up Time Traveler. It's a pretty cool song. They're probably the most obscure. Yeah, the government knows, dude. I like Knower. Super Drag. Wow. Me and all my friends were really into Super Drag. We really liked, me and Rodney especially worshipped Head Trip in Every Key, which I think is their second big album. Super Drag's first album is great. It had Look Around, Could It Bring Somebody? What's that song again? Anyway, whatever. It had that song on it, but their second album really didn't break big. It's called Head Trip in Every Key, and we, like me and Rodney especially, worship that album. I still do. I still listen to that album. I remember how it starts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, 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 boom. You can get me wasted. Do 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 do. No, dude, it's a great album. Great, like alternative rock kind of shit. Don't really like Mindless Self-Indulgence. Never really heard enough of Uringer to make a call one way or the other. Don't really like MSI much though. I love Genesis. I'm a big Peter Gabriel and Phil Collins fan, so yeah, I love Genesis. It's hard for me, honestly, because I'm just such a generalist when it comes to Peter Gabriel and Phil Collins for me to know which ones are Genesis songs sometimes. Like, is Invisible Touch a Genesis song? Or is that a Phil Collins song? Like, what's you know what I mean? It all kind of blends together for me. Once again, I'm bad with albums, so. Dude, Peter Gabriel was fucking. I showed TJ. TJ had never seen the video for Sledgehammer. And we were sitting in a fucking call waiting to film a couple of days before I moved, waiting for Scotty. And he had never seen Sledgehammer, and he told me, like, oh yeah, I tripped acid and I was watching a bunch of 80s videos and most of them are shit. And I was like, of course you saw Sledgehammer. And he was like, what? And I was like, tell me you've seen Sledgehammer. It's one of the best music videos ever made. And so we sat in a Discord call and I played it for him and he was like, whoa, bro. And I was like, you legitimately somehow grew up like 4 years after me and never saw Sledgehammer? How did that happen? Like, TJ's only like 5 years younger than me. You okay, honey?
Yeah, I was like, I'm almost too exhausted to sleep, so I'm gonna try eating something.
Oh, too tired to fall asleep. I've been there. I have been down that road. Ugh. You guys hold on one second. I'm going to put you down again. Ugh.
I think eating a little more might help too. I have those Doritos.
Yeah. There's freezer burritos in there too. What is this? Looks like a polishing cloth for sunglasses that I don't have anymore. Ooh. That's true. There's not one that's like not metal though. It's gonna be so cold.
I mean, this one would probably be the best.
Yeah, that's true. Dude, I found out what I'm gonna ask for.
Yeah.
If somebody texts is like, "What do you want me to send you for Christmas or whatever?" Warm pair of gloves, dude.
Yep.
Like not a pair of like puffy ski gloves, but a nice warm
like
pair
the,
of
like driving gloves.
yeah, like good gloves, because that's all I need out here. If I have that and I throw on that stupid fucking gator mask thing that I have, I'd be fine out here because I'm not cold in any way other than my hands and my nose.
Yeah.
It's a shame. So yeah, if anybody harangues me this year with that shit, I'm just gonna be like, send me gloves.
And Ray-Bans.
Yeah, and well, I don't want anybody buying me no fucking Ray-Bans. I lost those. I gotta buy those. That's the way it works. Toss me the lighter.
I don't trust your dexterity.
Yeah.
Still.
All right. Fair enough. Those gator masks do little to actually filter out someone's own breath. A paper cloth mask is best. Yeah, but I have a giant beard, so I figure it probably is better than having a paper mask on over my beard and having my breath come out all through my beard and shit. So till I find something better than a gator mask, that's what I wear. I try and
a filter pocket.
right. It has a filter pocket. I just don't use it, but yeah. I try and do my best with what I can do and be around people, and I think having a giant beard and putting a gator mask over it is better than not having a gator mask over it, so I do that. And I try not to go out. How's that? How's that? You can shave. I could, but I'm not gonna. Does that make me an anti-masker? I'm not giving my beard to this fucking pandemic. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll come up with a better one if I have to start going out in fucking public a lot and shit, but I don't, so who gives a shit?
And you can always wear paper under the gator.
Oh yeah, I could put a paper mask on or a cloth mask on under my gator mask to make you fucking idiots happy if that makes you better. But as it stands right now, you get what you get with me. If you don't like it, don't come near me. How many dryer sheets is too many? Any over 3 is way too many. I'll tell you right now. 2 is probably like the best if you want like that extra fresh like smell to the whole load, but 3 is pushing it, and if you go 4, you're just ridiculous. At that point, you're just wasting dryer sheets at that point. Used 5, yeah, 5 is that's overkill, bro, because you're not even your ratio to extra good smelling shit to fucking dryer sheet is way low at that point. You start getting diminishing returns at 3. I'm telling you, 2 for a big load, that's gonna make everything in there smell like a baby's fucking freshly powdered ass. I'm telling you.
Get those reusable dryer balls, the wool ones.
Yeah, fuck that though. I like dryer sheets. I'm old school. That's what my mom used to do. Throw in fucking 2 dryer sheets in that big ass load, and that's what I do when I do laundry, which is almost never now. But maybe that'll change. I don't know. Now that we've got a better fucking washer and dryer set up, and it's right outside our bedroom, I'm probably gonna do more laundry now.
And the dryer doesn't take 3 hours like the other one did.
That's true. Our other dryer sucked. Now we have an actual dryer. That's pretty cool. I haven't done, it's not that I didn't do laundry, it's that I haven't done laundry in a while. Amelia has been the one that has taken care of the laundry for a while. That's just the way it works. You guys do laundry? Yeah, what do you think? I send for a person to come get my laundry or some shit? Dude, I drove to where I am in a fucking U-Haul, bro. What do you think I am? Did you think I flew here in a private jet or something with people attending me or some shit? Like, how much money do you think I make? No, dude, I don't always buy new stuff. Dude, if I took a picture of my stuff, you guys would probably laugh. I have, it's probably like 7 years old now, or 6. I have like a 6-year-old TV. What brand is it?
I don't know. It's not TCL. Is it Roku?
No, it's not a Roku.
Is it Samsung?
It's not a Samsung because that's the high-end shit, and I know it's some off-brand shit. It's like a fucking, I don't know what it is. It's like a little, if you guys rattle off some shit brands of TVs, I'll tell you which one it is. It's not an Element. It's like one of those it's not a TCL. It might be a Vizio. It might be a Vizio or an LGS. No. That doesn't sound, it's not a Roku. I think it's a Vizio. I think that's it. I think it's actually a Vizio. It's something like that if it's not a Vizio. And it's like what a 42-inch TV. That's my TV. That's my only TV. And that's like 7 or 8 years old. So let me flex with that. I've got a
How old are your shoes now?
my shoes. Oh, dude, let me show you guys. Let me flex hard on this shit. I've had these shoes since probably like a year or two before my divorce. These are my Airwalks that I got at the Pismo outlets. Like, probably like 15 years ago. Let me I'm flexing hard, bro. Yeah, they still look pretty fresh. That's why I keep them. They're good kicks.
You got a mattress on the floor.
These are 15-year-old Airwalks. I'll show you guys what the problem is with them. I'll take one off and give you guys a look at the bottoms of these. Here's the problem with the Airwalks. Now the heels are fine, but right up here where because I'm flat-footed as fuck, right up here where I put most of my weight when I walk, that shit's wearing through. It's not worn through though. All these like little scuffs and shit down here, these are not like holes through to the bottom. They hold out rainwater and shit still. They're still fucking pretty dope little shoes. Like, they're pretty beat. I'm not claiming they're fresh or anything, but they're fucking 15 years old, dude. And I still wear these pretty much every day. Whatever. You know what I mean? I don't need new shoes. I've got a newer pair of shoes, but I don't wear them very often because they don't, I don't know, these are comfortable.
Converse is for when you want to be a pimp.
Yeah, dude, if I've got to go somewhere nice, I've got a pair of Converse that I bought. Some Chuck Taylor high tops. But those are a bitch to, like, you know, because you got to, like, unlace them a little bit and get them all fucking fitted and shit. But, dude, Airwalks are fucking dope. Like I said, I've had these shoes for fucking ever. They go everywhere with me. I wear them, like, if I got to go out, these are probably the shoes I throw on. I've had them for fucking ever. Do I tie these shoes? No, I have them like laced old style. Like back in the 90s is how you laced up skate shoes. So the laces are tied in such a way that like they fall behind the tongue. You guys probably can't see. But yeah, that's how you laced up skate shoes in the 90s. I don't know how they do them now. But yeah, no, you don't have to worry about your fucking laces and shit. They're always laced up. You use them like slip-ons almost because they're meant to fit loose on the foot. No, I never really skated. I had a lot of friends that skated.
Dinor, do you want to do a little Dinor?
I'm a fat fuck, so I've been a fat fuck since a hot way. Oh yeah, here's Dinor chilling with his. Check him out.
Go see Daddy.
Come here, come see me. Come see the. He's like, fuck this. All right, well, fair enough. There's Dinor for you though. Yeah, he's got his little hoodie on. We got to dig out his fucking better hoodie. It's definitely cold enough for that, but he'll go back in a minute. The best doggo, I know. He really is.
He's not brave, though.
He's not brave, but he doesn't have to be brave. He's brave when he needs to be. Metrosexual Paul with Chelsea boots? What? You're going to be real cold in January? I know. I'm gonna be real cold for a couple months here. I'm happy about that. I like it. How do you keep a pair of shoes for 15 years? I go through a pair of work boots every 2 years. I don't work at a fucking farm, bro. I also have I have a pair of boots. And this was a nice gesture. I have a pair of boots that Scotty bought for me. Because here's what happened. We moved to Seattle. When I say we, me and Ashley. We moved to Seattle. She had some old shoes on. I had some old shoes on, and it rains all the time there. And he took one look at our feet, and he was like, "You guys come to the mall." And we were like, "All right." And we got in his car, and he drove us to the mall, right? And he walked right into the Timberland store in the mall. And he's like, "Pick out whatever you want." And I was like, "Dude, no. It's cool. I'll get us some shoes and stuff. We'll get some better." He's like, "Pick out whatever you want. Both of you." And I was like, "Okay." So I got a nice pair of like black Tims. And Ashley got a pair of Tims. And he walked up and threw down his credit card. And that was that. So I still have those. And if I ever got to go do some crazy shit out in the weather or whatever, I'll put on the Tims. Yeah, no, that's Scotty, though. That's just the way he is. He took one look at our feet, and he was like, "Those are old-ass fucking shoes, and you guys, it rains. You need boots. Pick whatever you want." But that's just the way he is. Scotty's a good dude. Fuck, dude. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to hang. It got real cold real quick. It went from 0 to 100 real quick. If I had gloves, I'd be fine.
Use your gator to keep warm.
Yeah, I could throw my gator on. He seems like the kind of person who'd be a big softie if you get to know him. I don't know about that. I wouldn't say that. You can wear Timbs if you're skinny. Where the fuck are you from, bro? Because I'm from the West where the people get rich at. And let me tell you, you can wear Timbs at any fucking weight. You see a big motherfucker rocking some fucking loose lace Timbs, and you give respect to that shoe game, and that's the way it is. So I don't know where you're from, the Midwest or some stupid bullshit, but there ain't no weight limit on Timbs where I'm from, bro.
There is an Uggs, I think. I think Uggs probably has a weight limit.
Uggs, yeah, you shouldn't be wearing Uggs if you're big and huge and overweight and stuff. I think there is probably a weight limit on Uggs, but not Timbs, though. You rock Timbs at whatever weight. You throw them things on your big-ass fat feet, it don't matter. You could weigh a metric ton and be good in Timbs. Exactly, Zonster. Tell these fucking people, because they don't know. If they're saying anything different, they don't know. You need some Crocs? No, I don't, bro. They used to have these things back in the 80s. Here's why I'll never get Crocs. They used to have these things back in the 80s that my sisters would get. They didn't have them for boys, but they had them for girls. They were called jellies. Do you remember these? Have you heard of jellies, right? And
Those, had lead in them.
Dude, they would tear your feet up. They would have these sores on the backs of their ankles when they wore them all day, and these sores on the.
In China, and they had chemicals in them.
And when I look at fucking Crocs, all I think is those are updated ass fucking unisex jellies, and I'm not putting that on my foot. Sorry, I mean that may not be the truth, but that's where my mind has filed them, and so I'll never own Crocs unless somebody buys them from me, and then I won't be wearing them. I'll be donating them or reselling them or sending them back to the fucking thing for money or whatever the fuck.
Or giving them to Dinor to eat or something.
Yeah, I'll give them to Dinor to chew on or some shit. I think that they'd probably be better. No. Healy Crocs, get out of here. Heelys are another thing you'll never catch me in. That's a fad that I just missed, bro. I was probably like 30 when those started showing up, so you got to understand those missed me by a good like 15 years. Yeah, jellies, bro. I didn't say like I had no experience with them, but I had a bunch of sisters and they all had them because that was the fashion. And I remember them all crying and bitching because the jellies would fuck their feet up. And then my mom bitching, I remember this distinctly, my mom bitching because they would fall apart because they were cheap as shit. So you'd get jellies, and then they'd go run around outside in their jellies, and they'd go all around town in their jellies, and then, like, 3 months later, the jellies were beat to shit. And the girls were like, we need new jellies. And here's me with my same fucking pair of shoes, so you know how I was when I was a kid. I've had a pair of Airwalks for at least, if I did the math on this, I would not be shocked if it's longer than fucking 15 years that I've had these Airwalks. I can tell you the exact store I bought these fucking Airwalks in, and the exact era of my life that it was. It was within 2 years of the end of my marriage, and it was at the Pismo fucking outlets in California. I bought these Airwalks at the fucking shoe store there. Whichever one, they might have, an Airwalk might have had a whole ass store there, but it was like a sports skate shoe store there. So when I was a kid, dude, my mom had to drag me to get new shoes when I outgrew mine. I hate getting new shoes. I like breaking in shoes. Pismo's a pretty town. Yes, it is. Are we ever going to get more Elite Dangerous? Probably not, dude. I can't really stream that here. Like, there's like 5 of you that like it. You know what I mean? Maybe once in a while I'll do a late night Elite stream or some shit, but probably not.
You gotta beat the DFF game first.
That's definitely my next challenge, is getting my shit set up so I can beat the DFF game. My shoes last 3 weeks at best because of the skateboard grip tape. Well, yeah, if you're skating, you're good. Like, if I was actively skating these shoes, they would have been dead, like, the fucking, probably 3 months after I bought them. I just walk around in them, so. But if I was actually skating these shoes, yeah, they probably would have fell apart on my feet by now. But I was never a skater, so. I just had a lot of fucking friends that were skaters. And so I ganked their style because it was comfortable. Like, the style of the skaters when I was a kid was, like, comfortable, like, oversized flannels and hoodies and, like, oversized pants and comfortable fucking skate shoes. And I was like, okay, I can do that. And that was it. So, and I still dress that way because I don't really know, like, how else to dress. Nothing else is comfortable to me, dude. I've tried the other way. Like, I've tried wearing, like, fucking, what do they call them? Polos and shit. And I've tried wearing, like, slacks and stuff. And I've tried wearing, like, jeans, like normal cut jeans. I don't own a suit, no. I've tried wearing, like, like t-shirts, but not like oversized ones, and like normal cut jeans with a belt and like this and that, and without a belt, and like, dude, I've never been comfortable in anything other than the way I'm dressed right now, which is I'm wearing a pair of fucking, like, basically they're sweatpants, but they're like, you know what I mean? I wear scrub pants a lot because I like the pockets on the sides, and I like how fucking comfortable and big and loose they are. I wear skate shoes. I wear t-shirts. I don't really want to expand my fashion horizons, though, Zonster. By the way, I'm going to give you a wrench. That doesn't mean you have to do shit. It just means I want to, like, highlight your comments. So you don't have to moderate or anything. I don't want you to feel the need to do that. Just, I'm putting it there for so I can see you above the plebs. Yeah. Your newest specter, Zonster. I call him Zonster because that's what I called him back in the day, and I don't think it bothers him. It's Zonstar, but I call him Zonster because I'm not sure why. That's what I call him. When I first started watching him, that's what I called him. The origin of it, it's probably Brett Keane, is what I would imagine. I think it was him that introduced me to your channel. Yeah, I figured. Yeah. Zonster is an OG atheist YouTuber, the Crocoduck Army, and no, he was a player. He still is a player, but he was a player back in the atheist days. You know what I mean? The atheist game is over. We were all players in that game. The game is over. But the specter of the manatee looms large over my internet presence, dude. He introduced me to TJ. I saw my first TJ video because Brett Keane made a video where he was like, I'm going to talk today about an up-and-coming atheist situation here on YouTube. He's called The Amazing Atheist. I believe his name is DJ, if I'm not mistaken. But he goes by the name The Amazing Atheist here on the YouTubes. And I was like, all right, I'll go check this dude out. And I watched one of TJ's videos and subscribed to him. And that, you don't know. It's like a fateful moment, right? Because if I hadn't watched Brett Keane, I never would have been introduced to TJ, never would have gotten a job on the show that I got a job on, and never gotten a chance to live the life that I'm living now. Strange shit. The wheel of fate. The wheel of samsara is strange. Related to shitty people introducing you to cool people, my first exposure to atheist YouTube was actually Cult of Dusty. Crazy how it led me here. Yeah. I mean, Dusty's not a shitty person. He's just like, he's not what people think he is, and that's okay. Most people on YouTube are not what people think they are. So there's nothing wrong with that.
It's getting braver.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's good.
I just can't see the fence, and I'm going to shore that up first.
Yeah, we'll shore that little part of the fence up. It's no big deal. He's not going to go far. But that's good. You got to explore your big yard. He's not used to having a yard, and now he's got a big, giant yard. And he doesn't know what to do with it. He still wants to be, like, attended to when he poops and shit. And it's like, you don't need that anymore. You can just go poo. Just go out there and take a pee, man. Well, I got to meet Dusty, and I'm not trying to, like, look, dude, it's not my intent to slander Dusty in the eyes of anybody because he does what he does, and that's that. He's a YouTuber. He makes his nut, and I don't fault him for anything that I'm about to say. But I got to meet Dusty. Dusty's not who he is on YouTube. I got an idea that Dusty, like, I wouldn't call him the type of guy that if, like, Nazism became popular, he'd be a Nazi. But he's willing to move along the political spectrum. He's a chameleon. Right. He's a political chameleon type of guy. And he likes to paint himself as like, no, I never did that. I had a genuine change of heart, but it's really been more of a, all right, the times they are changing, so let me change a little bit with the times. You know what I mean? And that's fine. It's cool. A lot of people have had to do that. You know what I mean? So kudos to him for that. Like a grifter? I wouldn't call him a grifter. I don't think Cult of Dusty qualifies as a grifter. Okay, I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to warm one hand at a time. I wish we had the Zippo hand warmers again.
I know. Or you just need an even bigger hoodie like yours is on mine where it covers my whole hand.
That's true as well.
But yeah, those Zippo hand warmers, you want them in the car. Your hand was getting cramped.
Yeah, that's true. I could have dealt just the gloves though would have helped that whole situation. That's just what I need. I need gloves. It's just the truth. Put your hands down your pants. I could do that, but I'm not that desperate yet. I just got cold hands, that's all. How old is Dinor? Dinor is 4 and change now. He'll be 5 in... late December, early January. Are you still interested in Brett? No. I wasn't really interested in Brett for the last 2 years that I covered him.
And it's been 3 years.
And it's been 3 years since I covered him. So the answer is very much no.
Don't care about no Shanny, no Beast.
No, none of the old fucking drama sources that people ask me about are like, I don't. I didn't care about them back in the day. I covered them for views. Does Dinor know any tricks? Yes. He knows sit, he knows lay down, he knows shake, he knows spin, and he knows speak.
And show me your belly.
And show me your belly, which means like half a rollover. And he knows stay, but he's not real good at it. So he knows some tricks. I can give you guys a Dinor trick compendium sometime. You'll have to remind me, but I'm not going to do it now. We should probably let him go inside.
Shitty boy.
He's gonna be super chilly.
Come on. We gotta get you socks.
Yeah, we need to get Dinor some little soaks. Did you train him? I trained him. Ashley trained him a little bit. We both worked with him. Chelsea did a lot of work with Dinor as well. She taught him show me your belly, and she taught him shake, I believe, and a lot of the other stuff, and spin. So it's mostly Chelsea. Now that if I'm going to be honest with it, I think it was mostly Chelsea. I think Ashley and I taught him how to sit and how to lay down and how to stay, and then I think it was Chelsea that taught him how to spin, shake, and show me your belly. So there you go. Is Chelsea sad she doesn't get to be his groomer anymore? I'm sure she is. She got to groom him one last time before we left and got to spend some time with him, got to spend the day with him. So that's nice. But anybody that gets to see Dinor on a semi-regular basis that, is looking down the pipe and not getting to see him for a while is a sad person. Dinor has that effect on people. He grows on you like a fungus immediately. Like if you're around him for 2 days, it's over for you. You're now.
That one time, like when Scotty brought you that chair, like he just picked up Dinor immediately.
Well, that's the thing. That's because Scotty lived with Dinor for like well over a year. And so Scotty saw Dinor for the first time because they brought me this chair during the pandemic, I think.
Or just before.
And he hadn't seen Dinor in a while because he hadn't been over to my pad. And he just scooped him up. He's like, Dinor! He spent his time with him. You just, once you know Dinor, you love Dinor, and that's just the way it is. It's the way he is. Dinor the best.
I don't know. That gremlin was pretty cool, too.
Yeah. Apologies for the random question. There ever be a DFF goes to the Juggalo gathering or vlog? What? If there's ever a safe chance for me to go to the gathering of the Juggalos, I will go someday.
See, the Juggalos were smart. They canceled their Juggalo gathering.
Exactly. The Juggalos ain't even gathering this year, y'all, because they're smart. You know what I mean? No, but if there's ever like a safe gathering again, yeah, I want to go. It's one of the things I've always wanted to do, and I've just always said like, yeah, one year I'm going to do it, and I don't do it. One year I'm going to whoop whoop it, and I don't whoop whoop it. I'm just going to go. I'm going to take some face paint. I'm going to get used to being shirtless because it's going to be a place where like nobody's going to be looking at me. And I can just walk around and be a juggalo for a while. Fuck yeah. Like, why wouldn't I want that?
Yeah, that's the real measure of the pandemic is when the Juggalos feel safe again.
Yeah, when the Juggalos feel safe getting together again, so shall I. How's that? When the Juggalos start having the gathering again, you'll know that we'll get some DFF meetups in the pipes. Because if they can do it, we can do it. I trust the Juggalos more than the government. I'm using the Juggalo barometer. When they say it's safe again, then it's safe. Yeah, dude, meetups. It's such a sad loss.
But if you ain't vaccinated, you ain't coming.
True. Yeah, there's gonna be like a vaccine check or some shit. Yeah, I'm going by the juggalometer. Blorpty glorpty dorpty forp. Thank you, Tucker. Appreciate it. Sent you a couple Sissa photos to your Twitter. Crazy, dude. I'll check them out. I'll let other people check them out too on the next when I get my shit set up. Still don't have my computer set up, dude. Sissa, what a time, dude. I was just talking earlier about you, Rod. What was I talking about, Rod?
I was reminding you to check the message.
Well, you were, yeah. But I was talking about something on stream. I can't remember. I was talking about, Rodney. I was talking about Head Trip in Every Key by Super Drag, and what a great underrated album that is. I was telling it how you and me just used to play it till it fucking wouldn't play anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ding, 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 ding. You ever beat Alien Isolation? No. I'm hiding in a tree, dun, 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 dun. Dizzy on the carousel, rocking all the way to hell, here in the factory. Great album. Oh. Hiding in a tree, dude. Yeah, dude. I gotta hit you up, Rodney. We gotta catch up. I gotta get unpacked and get all my shit set up, and then I'm gonna hit you up. We're gonna have a little phone call situation, you and me. You're looking more and more like Grizzly Adams. Cool. Grizzly Adams was pretty awesome, wasn't he? He wasn't a racist, was he? Was Grizzly Adams a big fat racist? I don't really know what it is either. He's a big guy that had a big beard. I don't know what he did. Where did you move? Out of Louisiana? Yes. After all this COVID shit is over and a meetup is happening, I'll buy you a beer. Okay, cool. I may not need one. I'm just letting you know that that's one of the problems. One of the only problems for me with the meetups is that I'm offered way more drinks than I can ever consume.
Well, I took that fireball shot that someone gave you.
Yeah, but that was with me telling people, like, don't bother buying me drinks because I'm not going to drink them because I'm still sick from the drinking contest. That was a weird one. Usually at a normal fucking meetup, I've got a line of people that are all hanging around me, and they all have 2 drinks in their hands, and when they get, like, my attention, they hand me the drink. And I'll take the first, like, 6 because I'm a big guy, but then after that, I'm done, you know? But
TJ took way too many.
Yeah.
If anyone stayed at the meetup past, like, midnight.
'Tis true.
I know, I think he even tapped before midnight.
He might have. The cell phone frog. Damn. You're the only one of the guys I haven't met in person yet. There will be a beer waiting when that happens too. That's cool, Zonster. I thought, where did you meet the guys? But I wasn't there. Because I thought we met at the LA meetup. I thought we met at the
your drunkest meetups. I wouldn't trust your memory.
We didn't spend a whole Columbus. Yeah. I was there. We didn't spend a whole bunch of time in each other's orbit there. But I remember meeting you. Yeah, we met in Columbus briefly. That was a crazy meetup. Dude, that meetup was insane. Holy shit. Bacon, that was my fault. Dick move on my part. Yeah, no. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Used to go there often for work, not in person though. We were on the show together in 2016. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I remember those too. Yeah, we appeared on the show at least once. I thought twice. You weren't at the meetup. Oh, okay. All right. Where'd you meet the guys then? Were you like in person on the show at a time that I wasn't? Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense. You were physically in the studio with the guys before I moved. Yeah. Got it. Fair enough, my friend. I'm hiding in a tree. Damn it. A couple other times I was in Columbus for work. Okay, cool. Yeah, I didn't live in Columbus for long. Now that big cup of 150 proof vodka that I got you to chug unknowingly at your townhouse in Fresno. That wasn't at my townhouse, dude. That happened at fucking Finboo's house. Finboo's family were out of town, remember? And we went over there and we had mushies. It was at Finboo's mom and dad's house. And we had mushies. And I ate a bunch and I sat upside down on the couch and I watched Pulse on MTV, and then I was like, I'm thirsty, and you guys brought me a big red Solo cup filled with vodka. And then everybody passed out and left me there fucking tripping balls and drunk, like it's all dark. Good times, dude. Good times, great oldies. Oldies 92.9, dude. You know exactly what I mean. That's it. We're yanking it. The memes run deep. Whoa. I still say that shit. I still say good times, great oldies, dude. You don't forget good times, great oldies. You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to gator it. I'm gatoring it.
You can hold out another 10 minutes.
Dude, I can hold out longer than 10 minutes if I gator it. Let me see. Swip. There we go. And then I just have to here's the hard part of the gator. I have to pull all my hair through it. Here we go. We got it. We got most of it. Come on. Hiding in a tree. Tizzy on the carousel. Rocking all the way to hell. Nah, I'm good now. I got it all figured. Okay, hair's done. Pull down the gator. Oh yeah. Aw, freak out. Ben Shapiro will accuse you of being Antifa. Yeah, I know. He'll have to deal with it though, because it's cold. It's so much better.
Well, he's moving to Tennessee, so he'll know what cold is soon.
Oh yeah, Ben Shapiro will know he'll need a gator too. He'll be in Tennessee just like me. What kind of name is Finboo, dude? A very gangsta name. Do. You gotta know what the gangster flu is to even understand what a Finboo is. Oh, this totally helped, dude. This was it. This was the whole problem right here. Hey, Paul, what's your favorite fart you ever ripped? I don't know, man. I've ripped some pretty good farts though in my day.
What about a post-coitus or mid-coitus?
I've farted a couple of times mid coitus, but like you just kind of giggle at that and move on if you're comfortable with a person. And it's kind of a prerequisite. I farted in pretty much every social situation. Like I farted while talking to a person. I farted like in front of my boss before. Yeah, I've done a fart here. I've done a fart there. I've done a fart everywhere. Ever fart in court? Yeah. Well, I was on a jury for a long time. I've told you guys that story. So I spent close to a year sitting on a jury and paneled. And yeah, I definitely farted in court. Hell yeah, I've farted on a plane. I've flown all over this goddamn fucking shithole country. Of course, I had a fart a few times on a plane. Farting everywhere. Never sharted on a plane, no. Mile high farts, yeah. I would fart on a train, and I have indeed farted on a train. I farted on a bus. I farted on a plane. I probably have farted at a funeral.
This is Dr. Seuss now.
Yeah, it's starting to get Seussian. It's getting there. Have I ever smelled someone else's farts on a plane? Yeah.
Can't help it. There's only 2 bathrooms and like 150 people.
That's true. People gotta fart. Yeah, I farted on a train. I farted on the little train that runs through Seattle. And that was only one of the trains I farted on. I farted on a couple of trains. Because I've ridden a couple trains in my life. I farted on a boat because I've taken two cruises. So I've farted on a boat because I've pooped on a boat a bunch of times, and I've taken a bunch of fishing expeditions. Like you charter a boat or whatever, and you and a bunch of people go deep sea fishing. I've done that a couple times. Lived on a boat when I was a kid for like 3 weeks. We lived on the Balclutha in San Francisco Harbor. I farted in class. I mean, yeah, you hold your farts to an extent, but I learned how to like augment a fart where you spread your cheek so it's silent. So like not all these farts are like I blasted a loud fart in all these places. People have to fart on a plane, yeah. They get these gross fucking airplane meals, or even if you're on a short like puddle jumper flight, which I've taken a lot of those too. You get like peanuts, and those make you want to fart. It's like they want you to fart up there, and there's like a slight change of pressure that happens up there that I think kind of pushes out some of the farts. Sometimes I intentionally make it heard, but usually I'll just augment it and I'll just whisper out one, I've I've been woken up by my own fart before, so yes, I've had a fart that scared me. Favorite YouTuber, favorite fact. Quit asking favorite questions. Just ban him. Keep on farting. Dude, I love Zonster. I never stopped following Zonster. That's the cool thing about me is like, even when people go dormant for a while, and Zonster kind of went off the map for a little bit, I don't unfollow them on anything. Like, I keep them on Twitter. I keep them on YouTube. So I still follow a bunch of people on YouTube that may never come back, like Phil Hellenes and shit, because if he does, I'll know. I don't like losing touch with people. If I subscribe to somebody because I like to see what they say, then I want to see them even if it's 10 years later, Sometimes people just need a break from social media. Yeah, for sure. And Zonster's got a life and shit, man. I'm not exactly sure, and I won't speculate what Zonster does, but Zonster, like before COVID, he liked to travel and He's got his own shit going on, man. I remember he did a lot of travel vlogs back well before travel vlogs took off. He wasn't like, he did do a lot of in-person shooting, but he would like come back and talk about his trips overseas and where he went, what he did, and what he saw. He'd show pictures, and it was awesome. It was cool for me because I had, at that point, the farthest from home that I'd traveled was Phoenix, Arizona, you know, or like Mexico maybe. And so it was cool to see somebody kind of fucking hopping the globe. 42 countries, goddamn, man. That's awesome, Zonster. I really envy that. I really do. It's something that I hope that in a post-COVID fucking world is going to be even feasible for me because it's one of the dreams that I've had, so. Razor Fist from Phoenix, so you can't ever go there again. I sure can. Dude, I'd fucking sit down and have a beer with Razor Fist. What are you talking about? So you guys got to understand, internet beef is internet beef. Dude, I'd sit down with anybody pretty much anybody. Like, here, I'll give you a list of people who I wouldn't have a beer with, okay? On that I've interacted with on the internet. JF Gahape. I wouldn't walk across the street to hear him talk for free. Same goes for Andy Worski. And pretty much anybody that was involved in that whole little kind of like alt-right crew. Like any of those fucks. Brett Keane. That's it. Any of the other people, I'd probably fucking have a beer with them. I'd have a beer with Ben Shapiro. I might yell at him through the whole fucking thing, but... yeah, the people that were, like, legitimate Nazis, I just don't have time for that shit. But, like, Egghead, I'd sit down across the table and have a beer with Egghead. I don't like him. Milo, probably. Styx, I never really interacted much with Styx and haven't watched much of his videos, so I just kind of reserve comment on Styx usually. I make fun of him sometimes, but only in a purely like visual fashion. I don't know much about him. Steve Shives, yeah. Even Zonster, dude, yeah. Even Zonster. I'd even sit down and have a beer with Zonster. Dude, I'd have more than a beer with G-Time Johnny, and you know it. You know it. I wouldn't even, dude... I'd have way more than a beer with G-Time Johnny. G-Man. I kind of feel like I'd be wasting my time because he doesn't drink. Right? So fuck G-Man. He's excluded, but not because, like, I'm annoyed by him or whatever, too annoyed to have a beer, but he's excluded because he probably wouldn't even have a beer. Like, he wouldn't even blow the foam off some suds with me, so fuck him. He's not worth my time. That goes for anybody that would, like, clam up at having a beer, you know? You don't have to drink all night with me, but if you ain't gonna have a beer, then... you better have a good excuse, is all I'm saying. If you're an ex-alcoholic or something, I'm not going to force it on you, but come on, man. Onision? Yeah, dude, I chilled with Onision. He was on our show in person. And, like, all fucking drama and bullshit aside, he was cool when he was in the studio. He was respectful, seemed like a totally decent dude. I had a smoke with him, so that's almost like having a beer. Actually, I don't remember if he smoked at all, but I smoked in his presence. So now that I think about it, he didn't smoke probably, but I smoked in his presence for sure. I had a doobie while he was sitting right there. So that's for sure. I can definitely confirm that. Onision is a legit piece of shit disconnected from the internet. I don't know. See, I didn't follow the bullshit. So, I don't know. Like, I knew that, like, Chris Hansen was after him for a while. Did that ever pan out? Did Chris Hansen get him? Have a drink with Devin Tracy? For sure. The atheist Rue? Why not? What's a beer gonna hurt, you know? It's not like an endorsement or anything. I'll sit down with Devin Tracy and have a beer. Why the fuck not? Oh, beta male. What kind of beer do you want? I'll be like, I'll have a light beer. Oh, beta. Oh, God. I didn't realize I was, on a date with a woman. Okay, well, I'll have a stout, of course, and, I guess keep the, light beers coming for, what was your name? Shirley? Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. Whatever. Stop, he'll summon him. It's okay. Like, I never really, like, here's the thing. This may be, like, really controversial, what I'm about to say. I know that uh, Devin Tracy has probably taken some political stances that I don't agree with. In fact, I don't remember exactly which ones, but on the show, I remember disagreeing with some of his stances. But outside of like political disagreements and like that type of shit, like I really don't got a problem with the guy. I never really did. He made a video about me once and I laughed my way through it because I thought it was pretty tongue in cheek and he was pretty funny about it. And I really don't care. Like, I don't know. I don't mind. I don't mind. Like I said, I would sit across the table and have a beer with pretty much anybody. You don't like him because he's a coward? Well, whatever. It's your choice. I just don't care. I don't follow the drama, and I really don't follow him as a personality. I know him from the limited interaction that I had covering him and him being kind of an antagonist of the show. And, yeah, I'm sure he's said some reprehensible shit and done some reprehensible shit, but I don't think saying that I don't have a problem sitting across the table and have a beer with him endorses that. I don't come from a world where it's like I won't talk to people who have said and done things that I don't agree with. I don't know. I do draw the line, like straight out white nationalists and shit. I won't waste my time with that shit. You know, I don't care to hear it. And pretty much anybody that all they want to do is preach an ideology of any stripe at me, I'll probably avoid. But I'd smoke a blunt with pretty much anybody. Paul, why do you question everything about the establishment except mainstream science, i.e. vaccine efficacy, deep state conspiracy, etc.? Do you take the side of the supposed intellectual? I'm out of that game, man. Don't talk to me about any of that shit. I don't know nothing. Don't quote me, boy, because I ain't said shit. No, I don't know. I don't discount anything. I don't, I'm not a conspiracy theorist guy. I don't believe a lot of the shit that flows around, but you know, I don't put any fuckery past the government. So if that makes me a conspiracy theorist, then so be it. What don't you like about Devin Tracy? I don't know. He's like arrogant and, you know, I don't know. He's kind of an arrogant piece of shit, but he's funny about it at least. That's very much the conservative game. If you can discount all expertise, then conservative opinions can have more weight, sure. Would you get microchipped? Like for what? To what end? What would enable in my life? Like, would I get a chip that I could just scan when I was shopping, or scan on my phone when I wanted to make a purchase? That wouldn't work if I was dead or whatever? Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, I'd do that. Well, yeah, I carry this phone around with me, so that's a good point. I'm already chipped. AIU, I don't really care what happened between AIU and Vosh. I don't follow, like I said, I don't really follow any of it, so. I'd still blow the foam off some suds with him. How's that? And Vosh too. I'd get all three of us together and we'd hash it out over a big fat fucking pint. That's really, like, honestly the way I think shit gets hashed out, honestly. I think the internet is a poor facsimile for actual fucking intellectual disagreement. Like, it's good at highlighting the differences, but it's not good at finding the similarities. And I think those similarities, if they exist, are found in personal interaction. You don't care for the intellectual domain anymore? No, I just don't think QAnon is in it. I don't think the deep state is part of it. I like the intellectual domain just fine. I'm not claiming to be a constant inhabitant of it, but I just don't think that QAnon and the deep state and all that stupid bullshit have any place in it. So, sorry, bro. Did you like anything about Batman v Superman? I haven't even seen the movie, so I couldn't tell you, bro. I've seen some clips of it, and what I saw in the clips I hated, but I have not subjected myself to that shit. The shallow state, yeah. I like the shallow state. I can't believe you don't believe in multidimensional pedophiles, Paul. I mean, I definitely know there's some fucking pedophile shit going on. Like this whole Jeffrey Epstein shit, that's some crazy shit. Who knows who's connected to what, where, and who fucked what, and when. Like, are we going to find out? Probably not. Maybe. But do I believe that they're all in a cabal to control the fucking planet and that Donald Trump is the only person that can defeat them and all this shit? Like, no, nah, not really. You know what I mean? Who's blackmailing who? Who knows? Dude, who knows if, even if at the top level, if blackmail is even, like, necessary anymore. Like, that's the thing. People think that, like, oh, it's dirt. But at a certain level, it's not really dirt because everybody's got dirt, right? It's just the established order of things. It's like if you take it down to the microcosm of a police station, you know, it's kind of a meme, but it's probably a little true. In police stations, unless you got a little dirt on you, nobody trusts you, right? Well, you take that up to like the global elite. Everybody's got a little dirt, and so it keeps the order of things. That's the way. It's not necessarily blackmail. It's just implicit, kind of like, yeah. I know what you've done, you know what I've done, so let's just all go about our business. Cut hair. No, I'll cut you, though. Snip. Thank you, Asbestos Fingers. Fingers on fire tonight. Wait a minute. Z was unhidden. Okay, good. Just making sure. Everybody was trying to hit him. Asbestos Fingers was first, though. He's got that lightning finger. Sounds like a mutually assured destruction thing, maybe. The problem is that we're all pawns in that stupid little game. Like, we have to go along with all that shit. So... Ugh. Cut the cheese. Are you a nihilist? I don't know anymore. Maybe. I don't know. Is that answer okay? Do I have to know philosophically exactly where I sit? It's exactly what a nihilist would say. Well, I guess so. I don't know. Like, I don't know, dude. I hope that answer is okay. I don't know if I'm a nihilist or not. Bro, just trim the beard at least. It's bothering my OCD. There's a guy that's really into it. He's got like 98 accounts. I'm not gonna do it, dude. For every comment like that I get, the beard grows another inch. Like it's gonna be another year until I cut my hair. Okay. Like if you know anything about me, you know that I will do the exact opposite of whatever. Unless that's if that's your goal, then keep it going. I cares about nothing. No, I care about a lot of stuff. Uli. That's Uli. He cares about nothing. He's a nihilist. Uli Kunkel. How did Dinor deal with the move? He was actually a trooper, dude. He was a good little, like, traveling dog. He, like, sat up with me and he'd listen to the radio and he'd watch the road with me for a while and he'd get tired. And when he was thirsty, I'd give him a little drink, or Amelia would give him a little drink. And he'd drink and we'd let him out every time we stopped for gas, and he'd pee and he'd poop if he needed to, and we'd feed him a little bit when we ate. Dude, he was a trooper. He was a total fucking trooper. Like, Dinor's a total travel dog. Yeah, he never had a poop accident or anything, and he peed when he got out of the car, and he'd get back in the car. Dude, he's a good boy. And I gotta tell you, dude, he did 2 18-hour drives in a row. No accidents. The kitty, too. Cricket was the goodest boy. Because Cricket, like, you can't let a cat around the cab and shit. So Cricket had to be we had a soft carrier for him, and he was in Amelia's lap for most of the trip, and she would pet him. And he only cried and whined like a little bit. Otherwise, he was fucking cool. He would just sleep in the lap. So both of the boys were awesome on the trip. 2 18-hour days in a row, man. Fucking crazy. Blessed doggo from the Father himself, yeah. Do you think you'll ever do group video chats again like you used to a few years ago? No. Unfortunately, the internet has changed and there's just too much disruptive shit going on, which I'm not complaining about, but you do that type of shit where it's just kind of like open to the public, and there's going to be 5 or 6 people who are dedicated to making it shit. So unfortunately, you can't really do that anymore. What I would do is, like, get together a bunch of people who I've vetted already and have a cool conversation with them. You know, that's kind of my job, though. I've vetted these 2 guys, and I get to have a cool conversation with them 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 times a week. Paul, what pets do you have? Just Dinor and Cricket. A dog and a cat. I play Among Us with Shabisky a lot. So you can check that out. Now that you're banned. Good band. No, I go ahead and leave the band. He was being fucking really annoying about it. Paul and the mod VC hang out when? Probably not ever. Probably not. I mean, I hang out in a couple of places. Like, I hang out in the Facebook Discord sometimes. Like, if you want to talk to me, you can come find me in there sometimes. And there's that, you know. I really don't do that a whole lot. I do this kind of one-way mirror type of thing where I can read the ones I want to. Yeah, the Facebook fan group had a Discord, and there's a bunch of people in there, and sometimes I go and chill in there every once in a blue moon, but I really don't Discord anymore. I'm not going to play Assassin's Creed Valhalla, no. Read any good books lately? I finished up Ishmael. We talked about that a few streams ago. That was most recent. I'm listening to God Emperor again. I haven't read any new books that I haven't read through before in a while. Favorite Thanksgiving food? Mashed potatoes and gravy, probably, if I had to pick one. I have not read Imagica. Dressing all the way. Yeah, I don't like dressing. So that's great, though, because you can eat the fucking dressing, and Zonster can eat the fucking sweet potato marshmallow shit, and I'll eat all the fucking potatoes and gravy, and that'll be that. You doing a homemade Thanksgiving? I think so this year, yeah. For sure. We're going to try and whip something up. We may not do the full traditional thing, but pretty sure we're going to whip something up. Broccoli casserole, yes, yes. That can of cranberry sauce that makes a good schlorp sound. Yeah, see, once again, I'm glad somebody out there likes the cranberry sauce because it ain't me. I leave that alone at Thanksgiving, so the people that like it, they can be happy. You don't like stuffing? I'm sorry. Mrs. Zonster's mom is 80, so we decided not to chance a visit there this year. Yeah, we're not near any family anyway, but it's just gonna be me and Amelia doing our thing this year. Yeah, I don't think that if I had stayed in Louisiana that I probably would have went to a big gathering with TJ and Scotty. You know, family is different. So but when it comes to like, I was talking about this just like the other day with somebody about like how I am with COVID and shit. And I was telling them like it's really not fear of getting it myself. I know the kill rate, and I'm willing to take the coin flip on a 2% chance, right? I think it's more than likely if I did catch it, I'd be fine. I'd get a fever, I'd sweat it out, and I'd be okay. Like I'm not the chances of me being one of the 2%, probably not. What I'm afraid of is being the vector that leads to a bunch of other people dying. Like I'm trying to do my part to not be that. So that is from whence my paranoia comes. I don't want to be the dude that spreads it to another 2 people, that spreads it to 5 people, that kills fucking 10,000 people at the end of the chain. You know what I mean? And like, that's what really is behind all these spikes. It's not like 1 or 2 cases here and there. It's like people like me not taking shit seriously, going out, spreading it to other fucking people, and then it spreads fucking exponentially from there, and then at the end of that chain, fucking 15,000 people have died. I don't want to do that, no matter where I'm at. You know. So, yeah, my holidays are gonna be remote this year. Just is what it is, man. Our chances of survival are probably 99.9%, but yeah, absolutely, that's very responsible. Also, long-term side effects. Right. Some people get it and it's no worse than a cold. Some people get it and they survive it okay, but it leaves behind blood clots and neurological damage. And some people get it and they fucking die. And that's the thing. I'm not real scared of getting it. I'm just not. I'm not like paranoid about like, oh God, I'm gonna get sick and fucking die. If that happens, it happens. But really, the fear for me is being the dude that was careless and spread it to this person or that person, and then, you know what I mean? And that's what's going on in the fucking country. That's why every state is spiking right now. That's why New Mexico is fucking shut down. I'd be willing to tell you by this time next week, 3 or 4 more states are going to be in lockdown, because we're beyond fucking April and May levels now. So, super spreader events, right? But here was the thing, Zonster. And I didn't see a lot of people fucking calling it out when the news media started calling it for Biden. There were all these mixed mask fucking mass events out in front of the White House and in the town square in a lot of towns, and people dancing around and shit. And it was like all the social distancing and mask shit went out the fucking door because Biden got elected. And I was like, you know what I mean? I looked at it, and yeah, there were probably more masks than a typical MAGA thing, but if you're not observing social distancing, it's the same shit. I wouldn't have gone to one, Zonster, to be honest with you. To be frank, you wouldn't have caught me within a fucking 100 miles of one of those fucking celebrations, even if I was all happy for Biden and shit, you know? And I called that shit out on Twitter, and a lot of people on Twitter were like, yeah, this is fucking retarded or whatever. I'm sorry to use the R word. This is bad. This is stupid. You know what I mean? I wouldn't, like, in this climate right now, I wouldn't go to that shit. And it was just like, but all that shit's out the window. And these are the same people that were shaming all these fucking MAGites for going to these, you know what I mean? So I'm being careful as fuck, dude. And that's the reason. That's my reason. You know what I mean? If I had family near me and shit, things might be a little different, but I don't. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, almost 200,000 new infections today, right? It's like, how do you even enforce it if companies and police won't do it? Well, that's the thing, is like, look at the fucking countries, right, that did well. Uruguay is one. New Zealand is one, right? And they've been experienced spikes here and shit, but here's what they did. A full lockdown. We're talking like a full closure of all non-essential businesses, no bars, no open gatherings, all open gatherings canceled, all non-essential gathering places fucking locked down. Stay at home. People started to work from home. Those that couldn't were given a stipend so that they could pay their rent and their fucking bills. You only went out to grocery shop, and you did so at certain times and in small groups, observing social distancing. And you know what happened? They flattened the curve or whatever the fuck. But what happens in America is we do the lockdown shit, which is going to happen again. Like I just told you guys, my hot take, if you want one, is that by this time next week, by whatever that today is, Thursday or Friday next week, right? Thursday next week, there's going to be at least like 3 or 4 more states locked down. And we do it for a month or 2 weeks or whatever the fuck, and we go, okay, all right, we got to go back because there's no relief. There's no money. And it goes right back to normal. And we all start partying like it's 1999. And then it spikes again. And everybody goes, oh shit. And people start dying in droves. It's like, yeah, our lockdown was very ineffective compared to most countries. Flattened the curve much less. Yeah. Didn't really flatten the curve so much as like impede it for a minute. You know what I mean? Like it impeded the curve. And then we all went and ran out with masks off and fucking started hugging each other in the streets and shit again. And then it went. And now it's the holidays when all these families are flying together. All these people are coming together from all these different parts of the country. And you know they're all thinking, like, it's not going to be me, so I'm going to do it. And there's no rules against it in most of these fucking places. So it's like even New Mexico. I looked at the rules, right? If you're traveling from another state in New Mexico, you're forced to quarantine for 14 days or the length of your stay, whichever is shorter. Huh? I'll say it again. In New Mexico, if you come from another state, you are forced to quarantine for 14 days or the length of your stay, whichever is shorter. Whatever. People are like, gross. Sorry. Could you smell my hot garlic breath or something? No, my breath is pretty good, dude. I've got decent oral hygiene. I just drink a lot of tea and coffee and shit. You smell my hot garlic breath? You don't like it. Coolman doesn't like it, dude. It gives Coolman the heebie-jeebies, man. You don't like mouth sounds? See, I don't really care. It doesn't really bug me all that much, but I work with TJ, so I have to hear that shit. Like, it bugs Scotty a little, and so Scotty would be like, God damn it, fucking TJ, we chewing right in the mic. And of course, TJ being TJ and the antisocial fucking fuck that he is, instead of going sorry, he'll go like, I'm sorry, Scotty, what? I hear that fucking probably like twice a week. It's part of my job, dude. Sorry, Coolman. Shit, I missed a fucking super chat while I was doing that. Now you're in Wyoming. Does that mean the end of Dank Dungeons? No, it actually means a new beginning, my friend. I talked about it a little earlier in the stream, so if you're interested in that, watch the first 20 minutes of this and you'll get your answer, okay? Dank D&D, I have too much fun doing it to let it die because of this stupid fucking COVID shit, so I'm going to find a way to do it remotely and we're going to do it up. No timetable though, so sorry. You're gonna have to look at it like Dune or some shit. Like it's coming when it's coming. It'll be there when it's right. Okay. I don't like sushi. Thanks for asking. I disagree with you on almost every issue, but you're still one of my favorite creators. Keep up the good work. That's cool. I like disagreement. As long as it comes with like something other than like nuh-uh or some kind of personal attack. Like that type of shit gets old. People are just like, you're wrong because you're stupid. I'm just like, what? Wait a minute, huh? The rant about Britain you did on Flash Fried recently was classic. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, I liked it. It was fun. I like ranting about the Brits. I play. We actually have done. We actually don't do D&D. We do Pathfinder. So I know how to DM in Pathfinder, not D&D. Although I realize they're pretty close. I don't know what edition I use of Pathfinder, but I'll tell you when I unpack my Pathfinder books. I've got the big stack of like DM guide, player guide, blah blah blah. I got all the books. I hit the books, man. I hit the books. Feelings on World of Warcraft. I played it a lot. I played it, so I was a beta tester for WoW. Played it, and then I quit, and then Burning Crusade happened, and I came back, and I played it, and then I quit, and then Frozen Throne happened, and I played it, and I quit, and then Mists of Pandaria happened, and I was like, fuck that, and I skipped it. And then Cataclysm happened, and I was like, all right, I'll come back, but I gotta buy the Mist of Pandaria shit to actually play the shit. All right, fuck it. And I played it a bit and quit, and then I finally, after Cataclysm, decided I really hate this fucking game, and I stopped playing WoW. How's that? Diablo 2 over 3. Did you know they made a Diablo 1 port for mobile devices? No, I didn't, but I don't think I would like it much. I like playing the old school shit, man. I don't think I would like it on my phone. Everything good with your crew? Yeah. As far as I know. I talked to the guys yesterday. We did a flash fried together. Don't you guys have phones? Yeah. Thoughts on EA? They're shit. They're like the Disney of the video game world. Back when MMOs were real, I used to rob people and scam people in them, yes. Now they're like little theme parks where everybody's like, "Don't do that, naughty, naughty, you're banned." But like back in the '90s and shit, when MMOs were real, yeah, I used to run up and just take people's shit. Like, here's what I would do to you, dude. I'm not even joking. This is not a flex. I would run up on you in Ultima Online and I would kill you. Just outright kill you with whatever. It would be like a crossbow bolt or a magical bolt of lightning or some combination of the both, right? And you would, and then I would strip you literally butt naked. Butt naked. I would take your robe. I would take your armor. I would take everything that you had in your pouch. Everything that you had. I would strip you butt naked and just leave you in the woods and run off. That was just part of the game. Weird flex. I'm not trying to flex. Just telling you that's what I played. I played an opportunist guy that would like find people running around doing their thing, like, "Oh, I'm chopping wood," and I'd be like, "No, you're not," and I'd strip them butt naked and I'd take the wood that they were chopping. It was easier than standing around and chopping wood. I farmed players. You can't do that shit anymore. Not in most games, anyway. Yeah, it's never coming back. Well, maybe not. Sounds fun as hell. It was. I wasn't really much of an ambush predator though, because really that's not how you made money. Because here's what happened. Like, I know a lot of people think that it was just like people didn't learn the lesson, but they did. So what happened was, as that game went along, right, people got wise to the fact that they should not be running around outside of town with much on them at all. And so I started killing people, but I'd get basically jack shit for it. Like, if I kill a dude and all I get is a pile of logs or whatever, like a key to something that I don't know what the fuck it's a key to, so it's worthless. It's just a key copy to a house somewhere and nothing. You know what I mean? Then I've actually wasted my time, energy, and reagents killing them, so it costs me money. And so I realized I had a scam, and that's really where I made a lot of money. And I've told you guys a lot of my scam stories. But scamming in those games, which was, yeah, the island scam, right? I've told that story and shit. There's a stash of treasure. We're a big guild. We've got an island. We've got a boat that'll take you to the island. On the island, you'll find, you know, chests with, you just take whatever you want. Suits of armor, reagents, all the stuff that all the spells. We got training dummies. We got people that'll help you train up any skill you want. But you know, you have to show us that you trust us first, for us to trust you. So you have to give us everything you own. And most people would go, "Fuck you." But every once in a while, a fish would come along, you know? You'd be like, "What do you mean everything I own?" And that's how you knew you got him. As soon as they answer with anything that isn't just an exclamatory statement, you know you've got them. If they answer with a question, you got them. Yeah, a guppy, right, would come swimming upstream. And you'd go, yoink. Well, yeah, you can trust people in MMOs now, because how can they screw you over, really? Think about it. Like, when you die, it's just like everything stays with your body and you just resurrect in town or whatever. It's just bullshit. But yeah, I talked people out of pretty much everything you can get in the game. I mean, the only thing that I won't credibly claim to have had was a castle in the game. Very few people, when I played the game, had those. They were very, very well guarded and rich. I was in a guild for a while that allowed me access to a castle, but of course that's different. Everything's locked down. I'm not allowed to take anything, but I can go in and out of it, you know. Never had a castle in the game. Never had my own little island fortress or whatever the fuck. Some people had that shit, but every other type of luxury you're talking about in that game, I had it. So much of it that I didn't know what to do with it. Like the weapons that were super powerful that you had to go to the dungeons to get. Dude, I never went in a fucking dungeon unless it was to kill people and take their shit. But I would gaffle people up and I'd take their hella rich weapons, and I had a whole fucking bank box full of that shit. I had housing. I had a couple houses dotted around the land. I had all the rune books and spell books that you could want. I had boats. I had so many boats that I like lost track of them and would forget where my boats were. So I had like 1 or 2 boats that I would really keep track of. But I had like 5 or 6. Do I feel bad? No, not at all. Because it's all part of the game, right? Because I had the same shit done to me. I didn't learn to do that shit by like, because I was just like this evil mastermind. Like when I joined the game, I was like, gee whiz, I'm gonna chop the tree. Doodly doot, doodly doot. And I did that for hours, right? And I would take the logs and I would take them back to town, and I would go to the little fucking shop and I would make the logs into sticks, and then I would make the sticks into bows, and then I would sell those to an NPC, and the NPC would give me like 400 gold, and I'd go, yay! And I'd run to the bank, toodly-tee, toodly-tee, teedly-deedly-dee, and I'd put the 300 gold in the bank, and I'd close the bank, and I'd run back out there with my axe, and I'd chick, 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 and 20 minutes later, I'd do it all again, right? And then eventually somebody ran up on me, and I'd forgotten to go to the bank a couple of times because it was faster. So I had like 600 gold or 800 gold on me or whatever. Yep, and somebody would say, court poor. They'd walk up, and I'd be like, oh, gee whiz, another player. Howdy. And they'd go, court poor, and I'd go, ugh. And then I watched them move the gold off my corpse and move every log that I was, and move my axe and move my robe and leave me butt naked. And I was like, instead of getting salty, and I'm not going to lie to you guys, I was a little salty. I was like, fuck. But I woke up, right, as a ghost, and I rezzed and all that shit naked. And I ran back to my box, and I looked at an axe, right? I looked at an axe, because I had an extra axe, and I looked at some logs, and I looked at my little pile of like 2,000 gold maybe, right? And I was like, that guy just came up on like 800 gold, and it took him like 3 seconds. I want to do that. And so that was when the game changed for me. It was like that random dude that fucked me over real bad the first time, you know? I was like, how much fucking easier would it be for me to just run up on some fucking idiot and steal all his shit? There's skills in the game for it. There's totally a skill called stealing. Like, what am I doing? It's just one of those things, dude. You just had to do it. Do I think there's any hope for journalism in America? No. Unless you start looking for gonzo journalists. Like people that are actually talking from a fucking level of human experience and not a, you know, contracted, co-opted corporate Pepsi commercial with a fucking news story attached to it. No, not like IRL streamers. I'm just talking about people that talk about the fucking news and what's going on in the world and filter it through the brain of a normal fucking human being that isn't being paid by a giant corporation. Then there's hope for that. There's hope for indie journalism. But as far as like you're talking about traditional like journalism, nah. Nah, dude, nah. Yeah, man, I miss those days in that game, though. That was good stuff. And it really was like a predator prey kind of mentality that killed it, because there were people that refused to learn that lesson. They refused to harden the fuck up, to use a New Zealander phrase or whatever the fucking harden the fuck up. Or is that an Australian phrase? Chopper. Was he Australian or was he a Kiwi? I can't remember. Good night, Zonster. Thank you much, sir. Have a good night. Yeah. People refused. No hope for the corporate media, but it really feels like we're going through a renaissance in independent media. You got to watch that shit, though, because there's AstroTurf media all over the place. All over the place. This corporate shit that's dressed up like it's not corporate shit. I'm telling you, man, if you look for it, you'll find it. It's fucking everywhere, bro. So I just tune out of it all. I go through the fucking list of shit myself and I make my mind up myself. And when people ask me about it, I tell them what I know, which is, when it comes to like mainstream politics and shit these days, very little. I'm just telling you, dude. Be careful who you allow access to your brain. Like be careful who you allow access to this idea of authority in your brain, where it's like, I don't really know about this, but this person is somebody that I trust. I trust their take. Be wary of that shit, because, dude, that's the doorway to a lot of bullshit. I'm just letting you know. I apply that to me. I apply that to the dudes I work with. I apply that to fucking everybody, dude. Vosh, Kyle, Tim Pool, any of these fucking big name fucking political guys, dude. Keep your own counsel. That was such a hard fucking lesson for me to learn. Can I rant about that for like just a second? Allow me to go on a tangent here and just let you guys know the importance of that lesson in my life. Keep your own counsel. That doesn't mean you shut out everybody else's perspective and shit. That's not what it means. It just means respect your own fucking gut and your own thought process. That's dead ass what it means. It means like you respect yourself, maybe even a little more than you respect everybody else. Because you're the only one that knows your own fucking process. You don't know where this information is coming from otherwise. You might be able to trace it. You might be able to trace it to somebody that you consider to be an authority or a good faith actor or whatever you want to fucking use, whatever term, right? Hold on, let me hook up again here. I'm starting to get cold again. See, I got my hands and face all nice and warm, and now I'm getting cold again, but that's okay, because I can do this. Boom, hand in my pocket. See, I got to get you guys set up first, though, so hold up. All right, make a wrinkle in the pants. I got a method. METHOD, man. Does my place not have heat? I'm sitting outside, bro. I'm on my porch. So no, right now my porch doesn't have heat. I do hope to get one of those big kind of radiator heat things that runs on a propane tank. I'm in the market because I think it would be pretty dope out here. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to pull up the mask. That's gonna help with the nose. Mask up. Okay, let's get that pinched up there. Yeah. Pull that shit up. There we go. Turn that shit up. So anyway, as I was saying, keeping your own counsel is an incredibly important lesson to learn. At least it was for me. Now, maybe a lot of people have that innately, but I was a dude that was always looking for authority, man, for my whole life. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm not trying to bring you some juggalo-ass, I ain't trying to talk to no scientists because those motherfuckers lying and get me pissed shit. I'm just saying be careful about it. Be careful about it and listen to yourself, especially when it comes to nebulous shit like political shit. Be careful. You know what I mean? Keep your own counsel on that shit. Learn to trust yourself. And if you don't, then go out and read and inform yourself to the point where you do. And get to a point where you feel you can do that, because it's important, dude. I'm telling you, it's really fucking important. There are very few people that got hit in the face constantly with shit during this last political season than me. Both sides were throwing shit at each other, dude. Both fucking, like, the MAGA people were throwing shit at the fucking riding with Biden people. And then there was this little Bernie or bust faction. And I was outside all that shit as a non-participant who wanted to fucking still critique the political process and shit. And I was fucking called to account for the stupidest fucking shit over my one little Louisiana vote. The stupidest fucking shit. And it was day to day to day to day, bro. All day. It was crazy. And I'm telling you, man. If you have a thought process that's outside of the Overton window, you better be ready to fucking fist fight. I'm dead serious, man. The internet version of that. You know? If you have an idea that's outside of the window of what is acceptable for a range of ideas, then you're not going to find a lot of allies out there, dude. But you're going to find enemies. I used to have friends, I have enemies. I used to keep them close, now they're dead to me. Oh, man, Posty. You got a song for everything, don't you? Mr. Contrarian is in the chat again. Cool. Wish it wasn't true. Oh, shit. I gotta pull my hand out, but that's okay. If I'm careful, this is alright. Oh, shit. Alright, yeah, I gotta be careful. Wish it wasn't true, but I had to fight tooth and nail with people I know about my useless Washington vote. Can't deny how much yeah, I mean, it is. And really, at the end, would I call myself a primitivist? I wouldn't call myself anything at this point, bro. But I will tell you guys this. I am fucking leaning towards that. And that's really a whole different political arena. It's really a different arena in general. I mean, you're talking about being a fucking outsider. Because I've really been hard listening to these critics of civilization that I've always listened to. The Book Ishmael by Daniel Quinn. I've listened to a lot of talks by Jensen and the people that are adjunct, and I'm like, they're fucking right, 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 they're fucking right. Very rarely am I like, eh. You know? So no, I'm not going to call myself any kind of a primitivist right now, and I don't know that you'll hear me take that label ever, but I got to tell you, man, the critique of civilization is on point in the primitivist fucking angle. You don't hear that shit coming out of these hopeful, slow change fucking, let's just get progressives, man. Let's settle on Joe Biden, the warmongering fucking fondler, bro, and that'll be better than the big crazy fuck, and then we'll do some shit and XYZ and then progressive. And I'm just like, oh shit. And then I'm looking at this fucking society falling apart around me, right? And I'm looking at the detritus of it, the rubble. I just drove through a fuck ton of it. The closed businesses, the for sale signs, the crazy shit that's happening. And I'm like, it's all fucking dying. And maybe that's good. And that's a really unpopular thing because that means your life is forfeit. That means that your line is forfeit. And that's really against human nature. But really, if you talk about from the planet scale, maybe it's good that our shit's about to collapse. You know what I mean? Am I wrong? And why stock guns and ammo? Like, if there's going to be a fucking straight up, like, crazy fight in the streets where people are going door to door and just shooting people. Like, it's not going to be like a movie, bro. I'm not going to be a guy that takes his little gun and kills the guy that comes and takes his family on a countrywide trek having an action movie fantasy. You know, that's bullshit. Nobody's going to be that. Just people are going to die. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking everywhere. People with a lot of guns are going to die. People with no guns are going to die. People are just going to die. It's going to be horrible. But at the end of it, if you look at the perspective of every other species on this planet, they're probably going to be way fucking better off as a result. You know? Or whatever's left when we're done with it. Like, I don't think we're going to go out with, like, a sigh. I don't think it's going to be calamity in the streets. I think it's going to be fucking some kind of nuclear war at some point. It'll come down to a resource war. You know, we don't have enough of this. We need this. Oil, gold, uranium, whatever the fuck it is. How are we going to get our uranium that's under this other person's land? Well, the Eagle of Freedom is going to come and take it. And there's going to be other big fucking powers vying for it. Russia, China. And if there's a big fucking pile of whatever we need and a big fucking pile of whatever they need underneath this land, there's going to be a fucking proxy war between us. And it's just that's the resource wars. It's already happening. But we're talking on a grand scale. Where it's like, if we don't win, we don't get the oil. And we're fucked. And this other place went. It's apocalyptic. And all these countries, these big countries, are bristling with nukes. That's the way I see it going. And at the end of it, humanity is reduced to the Stone Age. Derek Jensen talks about a quote that he heard once that, you know, the last time that humanity lived in a sustainable way was the Stone Age. And we'll be there again. The question is, what'll be left by the time we get there? And looking around at the way things are going, I'm really starting to feel that quote resonate with me in a real way. This has nothing to do with my optimism and faith in the human species. Do you understand that our achievements as a tribal society are just as important as all this bullshit that we've built? To me. Like, tribal societies that knew how to live off of the land, that knew how to live in fucking concert with nature, that lived and died. I'm not trying to paint this picture of a noble savage here. They lived and died, but they lived and died in harmony with the planet. Could that be any worse than what we're doing now? Your answer might be yes. Mine is, I don't know. All I do know is that there are tribes in this, in the history of this species that lived in the same area for upwards of like 15,000 years. In total and complete stasis with the surrounding environment. They didn't leave a giant scar on the environment. They were part of it. They were part of the environment. They were an animal that lived in that environment for 15 fucking thousand years. And if you want to tell me that was 100% misery, maybe you're fucking right. I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt if you were able to go back in a fucking TARDIS or some shit, or jump in the fucking DeLorean and hit 88 and head back to the fucking, one of the tribes here in North America that had lived in stasis for 10, 15,000 years and ask them, is your life abject misery? I don't think they would have been like, yes, how all we do all day is toil. I believe they probably would have told you the story of their people and showed you the things that they build and showed you the thing, if they didn't kill you outright. They might have done that depending on the tribe that you went to, but we're understanding, we're given the fact that you approach a tribe in a way that you can understand them, right? What are they going to say to you? Are they really going to be like, yes, our life is nothing but misery and we long for the day when robots will fucking do everything for us and we can call an Uber? No, they've been this way for fucking 15,000 years. You said they lived quite uncomfortable and relatively short and brutal lives. Compared to what? Compared to this? Where our big fat asses sit in cubicles all day, if we're lucky, trade our time for money? Like, that's what I'm saying. If the human life is only 40 years, but in that 40 years you spend it working the land and raising your family and passing it on, is that really worse than being fucking trapped in all this for everybody? Oh, I'm so happy, bro. Well, fucking good for you, dude. But you're telling me that the people back there weren't? You're telling me the people back there were just like, constant misery, everything is brutality, They had tragedy, sure. They died young, sure. Does that mean that they're better or worse than us? If so, why? Slavery was a thing. I'm not trying to fucking hold them up as the paragon. And by the way, slavery wasn't a thing in every tribe that ever existed, so eat a dick. There were tribes that enslaved their rivals and shit. But there were tribes that lived in relative harmony that never did that. There were tribes that banded together into a nation and continued to live in stasis. Oy vey, man. Cultural prejudice is a good term for it. It's not a lot of the saltiness that comes up when you bring this up is like, oh man, fuck you, bro, because XYZ, because we've built something great. We. And they look around at it crumbling and being eaten alive by a fucking virus and the greed and fucking constant accumulation of the trusts and the human minds behind those corporate trusts. And you go like, for this? The cultural narrative is that, eventually this is just a speed bump and it's all going to be Star Trek soon and we're going to be in every fucking nook and cranny of the galaxy. And it's like, dude, we're not heading that way, bro. We're heading on the fast track to complete and utter fucking environmental collapse, societal collapse along with it. Like, what's it going to take? How many species are going to need to disappear before you wake up and go, the planet's dying? How many more fucking years worth of bullshit are you going to endure in the political process before you go, nothing's substantively changing? In fact, it's getting worse. We're like a canker sore that goes unfucking addressed on this planet. Like, what's it going to take? How many fucking species of animal have to disappear? How many habitats have to be destroyed? How many fucking metric billion tons of sea ice need to fall into the ocean? How many species of fish and bird need to disappear from this planet? How many species of insect? What's it going to take? What's your threshold? before you admit what the fucking problem is. Monkey. Monkey tried too hard. Monkey build too much. Monkey go too far. Now monkey think monkey fix everything. But monkey, every time monkey try to fix everything, monkey make everything worse. But monkey keep trying. Because monkey have narrative that tell monkey that eventually if monkey keep try, monkey go to stars. Monkey make greenhouse of this planet. Monkey make trains that go so fast and use ambient air as energy. Monkey, 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 monkey. And meanwhile, I'm not saying back to monkey. I'm saying we never left monkey. We just got a little better with our tools, and we think we're not a monkey anymore. We think we're some kind of fucking alien species that's gonna fly all over the galaxy and explore wormholes and shit. And really all we're doing is crapping on the only place we all call home. If you're fucking honest. Unless you've got some fucking example that humanity has made this planet a better fucking place for every other species. I'd love to fucking hear it. Like, I'm all ears, but you're gonna have to do some convincing. So what's the fucking point? What's the threshold? How many? How long? How many watersheds are gonna disappear? How many species of fish? How many wildfires in California? How many giant fucking hurricanes in Louisiana? How many sinkholes in Florida? Before you go, oh shit, it's us. Oh fuck, we're in trouble. How much plastic in the ocean? How much plastic in you? You know, every human being is filled with microplastics now. Every human being that they can fucking find and test has microplastics in their body now. Congratulations. I'm sure that shit's great for us, by the way. I'm sure when the studies come out on the effect of microplastics on the human body, it's all going to be great. How much? How much? And that's really like, I'm not trying to tell you guys this is the answer and shit. This is the argument that goes on in my head. And it really does come from other philosophers and shit. It's not a unique argument to me. But I can't get it out of my fucking head. How much? How far? How much are we going to pretend? How many more habitats have to be cut down? There's a great moment in a Derek Jensen talk, and I think we've gone over it before, but I think it's prescient, or I think it's appropriate to bring it up now. He says he was given a talk somewhere, and he was talking about the inherent violence of civilization. And some guy piped up and was like, hey, wait. I don't have any violence in my life, okay? I'm not a violent person. I don't hang around violent people. I don't teach my children violence. I don't perpetuate violence. I don't allow violence. And, you know, Derek Jensen immediately said, where was your shirt made? And the guy looked and said, it said Taiwan. And he said, do we even need to talk about it? And he says, okay, but let's go a little further. He goes, you know, you probably think that the environment, he was in Massachusetts or something. He's like, you probably think the environment has bounced back here in Massachusetts. And the guy was like, well, yeah, it has. It has bounced back here in Massachusetts. There's more trees here now. And Derek says, that's because you're getting all your trees from South America. You've exported your violence. And at some point, you're going to run out of trees to, you know what I mean? This is what I'm talking about. And this is the cost of all of our like big dreams and big hopes for politics, right? We have to export all of the violence. We have to get all our shit from other places. We have to shit all over the third world. We have to cut down all the forests. Incremental change, dude. Yeah, but how much? How long? How long do we got before we go, this isn't it? Found my vape pen after looking for an hour. Thanks for keeping me entertained in the meantime. Well, I'm glad you found it, Chance. I want to disagree, but honestly, I cannot. I mean, I don't know, dude. I'm not saying now's the time, but I'm just like, how much? How many more species? How much more pollution in the fucking ocean? How much more pollution in the sky? How many more dead babies of cancer? How many more dead fucking animals? How many more dead zones that used to be vibrant and full of life in the ocean? How many more dead miles of fucking Great Barrier Reef? How many more dead wildernesses? How many more dead areas of this planet? How many more? How much longer? What do we got? You know what I mean? When? How much more? I mean, you tell me, dude. Like, I'm not claiming to know. Maybe we're past that. But that's the question that keeps kicking around in my fucking skull, and I can't get rid of it. And it's been there for fucking ever. It's been behind. I've been right there with a lot of the people that are like, well, politics, though. You know, and I'm not trying to discount shit that I've talked about. I'm not trying to discount unionization. I'm not trying to discount political action within the system and without stuff that I've advocated for in the past. I'm not trying to throw that out the window. I'm just saying, how much more? That's the question. How many years do we got to make this shit work? Well, it's like COVID. I hate to bring it back to COVID, but it's like there are people out there that don't take it seriously, right? And it takes somebody near them dying for them to like be like, oh shit, you know? And until that happens, there's just people that aren't going to give a fuck. And it's so stupid that we work that way as a species, but we really do. There are just people out there. Somebody next to them has to die from it, and then they go, oh, fuck. And then they mask up and they start doing the thing. Speaking of, I'm going to do that. So I got to fucking I got to figure something better out for these. And I'm probably going to leave here pretty soon because, goddamn, I've been going forever. Holy shit. Oh, whatever. I've needed to do some fucking Highdeologies. These feel like normal, so that's good. Normal's good right now. Okay. Hand in my pocket. Okay. We're good. These peacoats, dude, are the shit. Why don't I ever get notified of Paul streams? I don't know, dude. Hit the bell. Some of them still don't believe it happens even when it's them dying. Yeah, that's true. Are you homeless now? Yeah, I'm totally homeless. I'm living under a bridge. Living under a bridge somewhere in Massachusetts. And it's really cold, man. And I don't know what to do, man. My phone's about to die. No, I'm kidding. My phone's plugged in, but currently Americans' economic numbers are worse than Great Depression numbers. Well, shit's about to go off a fucking cliff, dude. Because stock buybacks and shit have inflated the economy to the point where all it's going to take is some kind of event, some kind of tipping point event, and everything's going to come crashing down like it did in 2008, but this time it's going to be worse. And then what? Then the global economy, and it's already fucked up, right? So too many people actively do not want to be educated. Maybe that's true, dude. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is like, one of the things Derek Jensen talks about is being at peace with the collapse. And he doesn't mean you don't fight it. He means being at peace with the idea that that's really the train that we're on and that's where we're going and it's going to happen and it's going to be brutal and horrible, but at the end of it there will be some life left and maybe some humans too, and maybe those humans that are left behind will be small enough in number to learn what happened, and maybe in 10,000 years there'll be, 10,000 humans on the planet again, and a few different tribes living in, and maybe those tribes will go forward with stories from this old world and know better than to do what we've done and allow what we've allowed. And maybe that'll be the future for humanity. And is that no less beautiful than like, oh, we're fucking going to the stars to rape every planet, bro? It's like, come on. So maybe that's the future for humans. I don't know. But the point is coming to some kind of point where you go like, okay, well, don't give up the fight and stuff, because there might be ways of slowing it. There might be ways of, but like ultimately it's going down the fucking toilet here. And maybe we should do what we can to kind of like talk to people about it as it's happening, and really start pointing out the culprits of it now to people. And that's the important part, right? Is that people need to know where this is fucking coming from. Like, they need to know, like, this wasn't them. Like, that's the thing. People will often go to people like me or whatever, people who take this tact. And one of the things that they'll say, and I haven't really been reading chat, so maybe it's already floated by a few times, but they'll go like, well, you use plastic. And it's like, it's not my act as a consumer that makes me implicit in the system. I have no choice. Like, I could be the best little fucking greenhouse guy ever out here, maybe, and I'd still have to use plastic shit because my job requires a phone and a fucking computer and shit. And so it's like, it's not my act as a consumer that makes me complicit. It's the fact that I'm not out there tearing it down. And if I'm complicit in that, then so are you. So shut the fuck up. And I really like that quote, by the way. He doesn't go with the shut the fuck up, but it's implicit in the quote. The shut the fuck up is my flourish. I accept my atrocities. Well, okay, that's fine. Good for you. What about the salmon? Does it accept your atrocities? What about the dodo? Does it? Yes, you are correct. People need to know the inherent problems with greed and commodity. Yes, they need to know who the culprits are and what the culprit is. And the culprit isn't just, there's not a bad guy, guys. Here's the thing. If you want to know what my real fucking tact is, you have to listen to my enemies list, okay? And it is not who you think it is and what you think it is. Here's who it isn't. It isn't Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. It isn't fucking Turtle Man. What's his name? The guy that's rotting in front of all of us. I don't know why I'm brain farting his name right now. Senator from Kentucky. Come on, give it to me, chat. Yeah, Mitch McConnell. Thank you. It's not Mitch McConnell. It's not Rudy Giuliani or Nancy Pelosi. It's not Jeff Bezos. Okay? It's not. I mean, he's got a bigger hand in it than most, but it's not. It's really not him. It's not Mark Zuckerberg. It's not asbestos fingers. No, it's not you. It's not TJ, as much as you might think it is. And maybe it is, but I'm pretty sure it's not TJ. It's not you, and it's not me. It is, as is kind of outlined in the book Ishmael, and I'm going to borrow heavily from it here. It is the cultural story that we tell ourselves that keeps us moving forward in the direction that we're going. And the story is thus: eventually we will figure it out. Eventually we will get our shit together, and eventually we'll have a green garden planet with just enough people, and the resources will all be directly apportioned, and everything's great, and it'll be a great little liberal utopia. We'll eventually get there, and then we'll go to the stars and we'll do it again, okay? That's the cultural narrative. And really, you got to go back farther if you want to talk the Ishmael cultural narrative, to the fact that we're central to the creation myth. Like, every culture has a creation myth for a reason, because it has to put humanity at the center. If we're not at the center, then what we do to the world has no fucking, like, we can't justify it to ourselves. So I'm trying to think of the Jensen quote, but I'm going to give it to you guys probably butchered here. It's not simply important that we tell lies to excuse the atrocities that we commit on the planet. Merely that those lies be erected as barriers to truth. So unpack that. And like I said, I butchered it a little bit, but the sentiment is there. It's not the fact that we lie to one another about the damage that we've done to this planet. It's merely important that those lies be erected as barriers to truth. And so that's kind of what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about here. If you want, like a pin on it. Our cultural lie is that eventually the good guys will win, the bad guys will lose, and the good guys will create a garden utopia where nobody's liberty is trampled on, and everybody gets what they want out of life, and everybody's way of life is represented, and nobody is blah blah blah. You understand what I'm saying? The Star Trek universe, or whatever the fuck, whatever your personal example of it is. But the fact that you have a personal view of that is kind of proves my point, right? And then it's problem solved, and we can all dust our hands off, and really, then we don't have to take responsibility for our time here on the planet, because hey, we were just in a transitional period towards that. And hey, well, what can I do, bro? I just got to be XYZ. Like, how much? How long? How much of that shit? Before we go, okay, what are the benefits here? And what are the costs of those benefits? Because no benefit comes without a cost. That's a universal law, right? The second law of thermodynamics, right? Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It has to come from somewhere, right? So, how much? Like, how many habitats? How far are we willing to go? How far will we go? How do you know it's a lie? Because the evidence of it being a lie are all around me. Even as it says that we're going to the stars, we dump plastic into the oceans. Even as it says that eventually we'll figure it out, we move further from the solution. Even as it says we'll figure out the environmental impact and mitigate it and stop it, we could destroy more species. Even as it says we'll stop the clear cutting, we clear cut more trees. Even as it says we'll stop damming up rivers and destroying entire species of fish, we dam more rivers. Even as it says we'll stop taking and we'll start giving more. We take more anyway. Well, if you don't know that that is pretty much the definition of a lie, then I can't help you, bro. So if it's a lie, if our culture is lying to us by telling us, hey, we're going to do better, we just got to get through this period where we butt fuck everything, right? If our culture is lying to us, then where do we go from there? How do we, like, you know what I mean? Yet we've managed to survive to this point, sure. But at what cost, right? I mean, I'm more than willing to tell you, by the way, train going by, so you guys will have to tell me in the chat if you can't hear me. It should be fine, though. Little ambiance for you. So, anyway, at what cost? Yes, we've survived, but at what cost? At what cost to the third world? At what cost to the rainforest? At what cost to the desert? At what cost to the ice caps? At what cost to the oceans, which have lost 90% of all large species of fish? At what cost to our own habitat? Our cities are rotting from the inside out here in America. I won't speak for other places, but here in America, our cities are rotting from the inside out and growing exponentially outward as people move away from the rotting inner cities, consuming ever more and more of the landscape just to live. So at what cost? That's the cost of our survival. Love the show. Thank you very much. In one moment, you'll be optimistically talking about unions, how it's possible to carve out a better humanity, but then you'll be pessimistically talk about how there's little hope for the future. Welcome to Highdeology. I don't know what to tell you, my friend, because I'm not selling you a fucking answer. See, hold on, I'll read your $10 thing in just a minute, my friend. But I want to address that comment. I'm not selling you a fucking answer, and so you're confused and maybe even angered by me. But here's the thing. I'm speaking the truth as I know it, okay? If you don't like it, your uncomfortability is your own. You can refute me if you want. I'm happy to listen to you. But I'm not offering you a fucking answer. I'm not one of these people you can go to that goes, this is the way, this is the path. That's not me. So, you're going to have to deal with the fact that I take all things into consideration. The pessimism and the optimism. And if you can't deal with that, then fuck off. Watched Pumpkinhead the first time today. Wow, I was surprised how much I liked it and kicking myself for not watching it sooner, especially since I consider myself to be a pretty big horror fan. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I'm glad to hear Pumpkinhead getting some love amongst horror fans. Try and spread it around, man. If you know other horror buffs that haven't seen it, spread the love of Pumpkinhead. There's certain people that watch me that get it, that understand that my mind is in two places and I don't have the answers. I'm just a guy that talks about the conditions. And I tell you that openly by talking at one time optimistically and at one time pessimistically about our possibilities and our future and our possible path forward. But I never offer you the answer because I don't believe anybody has it. And so I eschew people that offer the answer. I eschew people that dedicate themselves to pretending they have it. And that puts me at odds with a lot of people, but I will probably watch it every Halloween season. Cool. I need to watch it, dude. I need to pull it up. Yet you come off as though you do have the answers. Maybe that's a tone issue, though. Yeah, maybe it is. And really, dude, I can't do anything about that. If you really listen to my words, I'm not telling you what to go do. I'm not telling you how to live your life. I'm not telling you how to vote or how not to vote. I'm really not. Like, I might fucking go there with you if we get specific and shit, but in this talk tonight, if you really listen to what I've said, tone be damned, I'm not offering you guys ultimate truth here. I don't believe I have it, and I don't believe anybody has it. I really don't. You can give me any fucking name, and that person may be smart. That person may have some smart things to say about certain subjects, but do I think that person has the ultimate answers? No. No, I don't. And I don't think I'm one of them. So if that's the truth, then I have to, I have to be where I am. I have to be what I am. And right now, and pretty much my entire life, I've been a person that has been way better at describing the conditions he sees around him than prescribing the cure, because I don't really think there is one. And if you think what I say is of less value because of that, cool. I don't know what to tell you. Interesting. I will admit at times some of the things you said do make me nervous for the future, but perhaps your honesty and entertaining value keeps me watching. Maybe so. I don't know what it is, dude. I wouldn't watch me. So the fact that there are, I guess, according to this, 340 some odd of you in here doing it is a little strange to me, but whatever. Have you ever lived in a place like Wyoming? Because you're in for one hell of a winter. For someone who isn't used to snow, your first Wyoming winter. Okay, all right. Well, I'll be sure to prepare for my Wyoming winter. I'm pretty sure if I was in Wyoming, it would already be snowing right now. But it's, whatever. Maybe I am in Wyoming. No one knows. Paul is like the anti-modern opinion leader. Usually they feed on people's need to be reaffirmed and offered easy answers. Well, guys, you'll never get that from me. Like, I'm sorry for that. If that's what you're looking for in a personality or whatever, you think that the end result of these talks is going to be that. It's going to be like, and then Paul goes like, here's the way. I don't believe anybody has that. And I believe that anybody that's telling you that is lying to you. Whether it's they're selling you incrementalism or selling you some ideological revolution or selling you some political revolution or selling you some kind of fucking technological revolution, it's all the same. They're all giving you easy answers to complex questions that they don't understand any better than you do. Most of them, at least. How likely is it that Joe croaks and we get President Kamala before his term is even up? I don't know, dude. I can't give you the odds on that, but it's pretty fucking likely. He's old, right? What's incrementalism? The idea that we can incrementally change things for the better through the political process or through societal change or some other method, technological change, etc., right? That's incrementalism. The idea that we've got 100 years to figure it out or 2,000 years to figure it out, and at the end of that, we've got it figured out. That's incrementalism. It comes in all those forms and probably others that I didn't mention. So let me, hold on. I'm going to get you guys set up again here. Wow. Yeehaw. Hold on. Okay, I forgot. I got to make the ridge. There we go. The ridge has to happen. There we go. Okay, now you guys are fine. And then I can put my hands. Okay, I got to pull the mask up. Mask needs it. Nose cold. Okay, mask up. Hands pockets. Doesn't matter if we don't figure it out. Yeah. Things are moving kind of fast, which is cool, but it's hard for me during these phone streams. So here's what we'll do. If you're in the chat and you are a specter and you're listening and just chilling and you don't mind, if you see a really good question, just put it in quotes and throw it up for me. I'm having a hard time following because things are going fast. Now, you guys keep posting. Like, I'll read what I can, but things scroll. So if you see a really good question or comment and you don't mind and you got nothing better to do, I'm not ordering it, but if you see something, throw it up for me. It'll be easier for me to see it if you guys post it. But yeah, no, I'm totally willing to talk about this more with you guys. And like I said, these are not fully formed ideas in my mind. I don't know that you guys will ever get those from me. I think there are other people that solidify that kind of thing, but this is where my mind is, if you want the truth. Do you think psychedelic... Oh, shit. God damn it. Okay, hold on. I can pull my hand out to hit that. Psychedelic experiences can provide useful perspectives on life. Yes, I do. I don't think that you can necessarily have a psychedelic experience and walk out and have some kind of answer for everything. But I think that they can give you an idea of your scope on the planet that you may not get otherwise. And I only say that from personal experience because that's the way it worked for me, or has worked for me. My psychedelic experiences have pretty much all been pretty defining to my personality in one way or another. I've had a revelation of some kind on each and every of my, I won't say each and every, most of my psychedelic experiences have ended with a new pair of eyes on the world, some new realization about myself or the way things work. And I do think that they can be a window to that. If you're the kind of person that is more open to tangential thinking like we're doing here tonight. If you're a very facts, figures, numbers driven, blah, 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 political wonk or any kind of wonk really that's very, very fastidious about this, that, or the other, you're probably going to get a little less out of it, I would imagine. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But if you're open to the experience, I'm not talking about mysticism or magic here, but if you're open to the magic of personal experience, let me give you guys an example. And this might sound weird to you guys, right? I was sitting out on my porch with my beautiful girlfriend one day, and we were just sitting there and kind of in each other's presence, having a little, the little kind of nothing conversations that you have when you're just relaxing together and you're in a good relationship. And all of a sudden, this hummingbird came up to us. If you've ever heard a hummingbird up close, their little wings, it's hard to make, but there's a distinct noise that they make, right? And he looked at both of us, man. Looked at me, looked at her, and then he went on about his business. Now, what happened? A hummingbird, a totally natural creature, flew by, probably saw something bright, and was like, oh, this isn't a flower, fuck this, right? But, for me, that experience, and I wasn't on psychedelics, and I wasn't particularly high at that time that it happened, but that experience for me was dripping with portent. It was like I'd been visited by a little angel or something. The fact that I was there at that moment in time to experience that wonderful little creature, and that it came into my space, and that it looked at me, and I looked at it, and it looked at my girlfriend, and she looked at it, and it considered us both. That whole experience was dripping with meaning and portent for me because I allowed myself to see it that way. Because you could say, that was nothing. It was a bird. It flew up to you. Well, yeah, but the fact that I was born as a result of my lineage to be at that exact moment in time for that bird to come and see me, how infinitesimal, is that the word? Infinitesimally? How fucking small is the chance? And how dripping with meaning and portent is that? It was a moment in my life that I'll never forget. Infinitesimally. Thank you. It's a word. You get what I was trying to say. I'm not a math guy. That's one of those moments, man. And if you're open to those things, you see life differently. And sometimes psychedelics can help with that. Sometimes psychedelics can help with that. They can help with allowing you to see that in the world. And it's all around me. I mean, I'm looking at a bush straight ahead of me, covered in leaves, probably home to tons and tons of life, insect, bird life, rodent life. And this is a tiny little plot of land on what is a huge fucking planet, on what in what is a huge solar system, in a huge universe, in a huge galaxy. How many states have you lived in? You've seemed to either have lived in or traveled all throughout the country. Well, other than the state I'm living in now, I've lived in California. I've lived in Arizona. I'm going by. So I was born in California. I moved for about a year and a half, almost 2 years, to Arizona and lived there. Then I moved back to California and lived in California for another 20 years. And then I moved out of California to Texas. So I've lived in Texas. And then I moved from Texas to Washington State, and I lived in the Bellevue area of Seattle. Or it's not actually Seattle, it's across the bay or whatever from Seattle. Most expensive place I've ever lived, by the way. And then from Washington to Louisiana, and then from Louisiana to the undisclosed bunker location. So there you go. Heightened anxiety causes magical thinking, where we attribute more significance to mundane events. Sure, I'll cop to that. I'm just saying that, like, as long as you understand that it's not actual magic, but that it's okay for you to perceive it as such. It's okay for you to be in awe that you were in the right place at the right time, that you exist at the right place at the right time, for a hummingbird to have flown by you and considered you and looked you in the eye and looked you up and down, and you looked it up and down, and then it flew off, right? There's no harm in that. That's the type of magical thinking that is fine, as long as you don't think that it was sent by some entity other than itself. Honestly, taking shrooms is what terrifying. Terrifying at the ego death, and simply letting go really helps you appreciate. Well, yeah, I see. I've never had a terrifying experience. I've experienced ego death, but I've always been more open to the psychedelic experience, I think, than most people. I've taken big doses. I've had really, really crazy fractal type trips. I've had crazy nature trips, but I've never had a trip that I would describe as like totally terrifying. I've had moments in a lot of my trips that were terrifying moments, for sure. But that to me didn't lead to a terrifying experience. I experienced ego death a couple of times. I think my most memorable time was, probably the most interesting as a story as well, is watching the Dark Side of the Rainbow, the combination of Dark Side of the Moon and The Wizard of Oz. And I experienced ego death watching the Munchkins during the title track. Welcome to the dark side of the moon. I felt their joy. And all of a sudden, I was no longer me. Not for long, but for a long enough time to consider it. What was me was gone. And I was there with them. I was nothing but the joy that was radiating from them. And it was a beautiful thing for me. It sounds silly, right? When you're outside of the experience. Got another train coming. Those of you that are train fans, I hear that train coming round the bend. I've been down here in Folsom since I don't know when. Yeah, I'm stuck in Folsom prison. Probably butchered that cash. Also, would you recommend moving to another state if you grew up and only lived in one state? I currently live in the Midwest, but at some point, I'd like a change of environment, probably Texas. I gotta be careful with this. I don't like recommending people do anything that involves uprooting their life and shit. Like, I don't like recommending that you make a big change in your life, like moving out of your state, because for some people it's not good. Like, for some people do that and they fucking regret it, and then they go back to the state that they lived in and they're like, ah, yes. But I have a thing that's called wanderlust, and I'm not the only one in my family that has it. It kind of skips a generation, as my mom tells me. But it's also on my dad's side of the family. I definitely get it from my dad. My dad is a dude that, as far as I know, he doesn't have roots anywhere. He's retired. He goes around and lives where he pleases. That's me. I go where I please. I don't have this desire to set down roots that some people have. Maybe I'll find a place where I'm like, this is it. I can tell you where I am is not it. I can tell you in about a year I'll probably move again. It's just the way it is, man. I have wanderlust. I like to see different places. I like to experience different environments. I like to be in different houses. I like to move. I like to go. I like that shit. And I spent too much of my life in this little, kind of one little area. And once I got out of it, it was like the whole world opened up to me. But I don't want to say that you're the same kind of person, because maybe you're not. Maybe you'll go to another state and you'll fucking hate it, and you'll miss your home and you'll be homesick and shit. Happiest man I ever met was a traveling postal worker who fixed their machines. Never in the same place more than a week, no anchors. Yeah. There's a certain freedom to it, you know? And it's something that I really have only just begun to explore. Me moving away from Louisiana was a big thing for me. I mean, you guys know that place, I don't blame it for my problems, but that place fed a lot of my problems. I just didn't fit there. And I'm in a place where it doesn't, like, honestly, it doesn't matter if I fit here. You know, and that's great. That's the type of place I need. I'm left alone. I'm on a big piece of land. You know, I'm near a road. There's so many bushes and shit. Nobody can see me back here. I don't really have neighbors. The ones that I do have are so far away that I don't know what they're doing. They don't know what I'm doing. They don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. And I'm loving it. I'm loving that aspect of this. So that's great. I do got a fireplace, yeah. You ever had somebody call you Hollywood because you're from California? No, that only happens in movies. When I was down south, you know, and I'd tell people, yeah, I was born and raised in California. Nobody was ever like, oh, what's going on there, Hollywood? That's just in movies, as far as I know. It didn't happen to me. I lived in the South a long time, dude, and I was down there for like fucking 3 years, dude. 3 years and change, if you count Texas. I was 3 years in Louisiana. Maybe just under 3 years in Louisiana. And then About a year in Texas. So I've been down in the deep ass South, man. I work at a farm with a lot of illiterate old farts. They never call me college boy. Oh, speaking of, what's up there, college girl? You like that? Oh, I love you, baby.
Oh, I forgot the damn thing I came out here for.
What'd you come out here for?
Smokes.
Oh, I got one here if you want one of mine.
No, I just opened it.
All right. Here's the lighter. Here, let me warm it up for you. It's pretty fucking cold out here. I hope you're bundled. Oh, she went back in. Yeah, I hope she's bundled up, dude. She gave me the kiss of death. I hear the train a-comin'. It's coming round the bend. Oof. So yeah, I've been cycling like hands out, mask up, and it works. You know what I mean? Like a little combo is what I'm starting to try now.
Or we just need a little space heater.
Yeah, a little space heater out here would be dope. Or maybe I could just light something on fire out there, and like warm.
Fire pit.
Warm my hands by something that's on fire. I don't know if that's a thing. Well, right now is totally hypothetical since I don't want to move until I'm financially secure. But after that, I would like to live in a bunch of places and travel all over the country. Anyway, thanks. Yeah, dude, for sure. I mean, if you can do it, if you got a job that lets you work from home or whatever, I recommend giving it a shot. If you hate it, move back. You know, it's an expense, but at least you know. I've only been enriched by the different experiences that I've had living in different places. I'll tell you that much, man. I'm really glad that.
Except maybe Ohio. You didn't really get much out of Ohio.
Well, I didn't live in Ohio for very long. You know, I lived in Ohio for a couple months, maybe 3. So I didn't really get the full taste of Ohio, but I liked some parts of Ohio. Like I liked the snow. Everybody else was pissed about the snow, but like I lived in an extended stay, so they had a dude that came out and salted the shit and scraped the shit. I didn't have to scrape the shit, you know? So for me, the snow was novel. I liked living in that. I'm going to check out Pumpkinhead. Cool. I'll enjoy that. What's the obsession with money? I don't know. You tell me, dude. Like, I'm not a dude that's obsessed with money. That's one thing that you got to know about me. Paul should move into the middle of Death Valley. Maybe I did. Maybe that's where I'm at now. It's cold as fuck in the middle of Death Valley right now. Is this kayfabe? I don't know what's real anymore. What? Okay. All right, buddy. Sounds like you're having a problem I can't help you solve, man. Is it real? No. I'm sorry that's such a fucking nebulous answer that gives you no fucking comfort, but no. None of it's really real. Rudy Giuliani is going to come from the top rope any second now. Yeah, dude. With the oil dribbling out of his head. Any advice for leaving the soul-draining city if you don't have the skills to work from home? Whatever skills you have in the city are translatable to a small place. Unless you're like a street sweeper or something, maybe. But like if you're working at a fucking business in a big city, there's probably an analog of it in a smaller place. It's just you're probably going to get paid less, but it's going to cost less for you to move. So it's like don't be obsessed with this constantly like I'm making more shit, because you can make less, give you more if you're willing to move out into the fucking country somewhere. You know, if you're a banker, there's banks in little towns. If you're a fucking, you know, typist or whatever the fuck, I don't know what you... Yeah, you're a hairstylist. There's places to get your hair cut in little towns. If you're a fucking coffee slinger, there's coffee shops in little towns. You work at a fucking fast food joint. You see what I'm saying? You're a trucker. There are truckers based out of every little town. So it's like, take whatever skills you have. Look at the hit you're gonna take financially, because you're not gonna make as much as you make in a city, but you're gonna be able to get something out in the fucking country that's probably bigger than what you got in the city. You're probably living in a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartment in the city. You could get a house, make a little less, budget a little more, stop obsessing about the new fucking shit, and start just like looking at the place you live as a commodity, and you'd be surprised where you could live if you got a job and skills. Some service jobs in small towns pay well. That's absolutely true. Depends on the small town, right? Like some small towns are.
Work at a Walmart. Walmart pays the same everywhere.
Yeah, Walmart. I mean, that's a shit job, but whatever. I worked shit jobs for almost 20 years of my life. Over 20 years, count on my fucking teenage jobs, so they got me by. I never lived in a way where I was like, man, I'm just living in total squalor. I always had a little apartment or some shit. Pay my bills. You know, I don't live in grandeur now. Like I said, I live in a very miniature version of the fucking other's house. You got to close every door behind you, dude, and every door leads to the same place, but somewhere different. But that's it, though. I don't care. For me, there's a minimum standard, and the biggest standard that I've upgraded on here is getting left the fuck alone. Like I was telling you guys, like I've got neighbors and shit, but they're far away that I don't know what they're doing. They don't know what I'm doing. They don't care what I'm doing. I don't care what they're doing.
Yeah, once you get the office set up, you can belt some karaoke.
Right, dude. I can do karaoke off in there. Ain't nobody gonna say shit. I live way out in the. Dude, I got a big old fucking piece of land here. That's great. You know, I've been living in an apartment for over 2 years and been living on top of other people for longer than that. You got paid to milk cows. You got paid for disability pension. You'd rather milk cows. Yeah. I don't blame you. I've never been on a disability I'm thankful for that too. I've never been in a position where I've had to take like government assistance. Name a movie that you love that most people hate, and name a movie that you hate that most people love. Well, a movie that I love that most people hate is Howard the Duck. If you haven't seen it, I recommend giving it a shot, dude. A lot of people hate Howard the Duck, but I like Howard the Duck. And a movie that I hate that most people love, like Zero Dark 30. I kind of hate that movie. Thank you, Richard, for the $14.99. Thank you, Spinosaurus, for your continued contributions and shit tonight. Hope I answered your question. Oh my God, Howard the Duck just goes on and on. Dude, yeah, you got to watch Howard the Duck, dude. I don't know. I watched it when I was a kid, and it's one of those movies that I still think has a lot to offer. There's a lot of cool practical effects in it. I like the monsters. I like not Jeffrey Rush. What's his name? I can't remember the guy's name, but the guy that turns into a monster. I love his performance in it, and I still do. It's not a fucking great movie, but it's a movie that I love, and most people hate it. It's got like horrible IMDb, horrible, it's just doesn't really have a cult following to speak of. Do you think it's okay for people to be spiritual as long as they aren't religious? I think it's okay for people to be fucking religious, dude. I'm not in the old fucking atheist days. I think it's okay for people to be as religious as they want to be as long as they're not fucking out prescribing it for me. I don't care. At this point, them being religious we got bigger problems, bro. I'm cool with people being religious. I don't give a shit. Glad Japan found peace. Still waiting for mine. I haven't found peace, bro. Don't mean to burst your bubble, but you may not find it by the time I'm a little closer to it. I really don't believe in peace, but I'm a little closer to it now than I ever have been in my life, and that's a good thing. But I wouldn't say I'd found peace. Not to shit on your parade. Government aid is supplemental. You're expected to have side income, too. Sure. Yeah, I've never been on it, so I wouldn't know, but I've heard. Whew. All right, hold on. Gonna set it up. There's no need to shiver. Here, let me take one more little toot here. Okay, yeah, that's good. Mask up. Let's warm up the situation. The situation has gotten cold. Ugh. I can kind of cover my ears. That's nice. Get on my mouth, gator. Okay. Now I gotta go boom, and I gotta go yank, and I gotta go yell. No. Okay, we got it. Beards considerably reduce the effectiveness of medical masks. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? You know what really reduces your ability to get exposed to COVID? Not ever seeing anybody. Yeah, I don't really see people. What's up, Paul? What's up, Moonchild? Excuse me. You feel vindicated, blah, 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 since Biden, blah. I don't feel vindicated, so I'm not going to read your question. I don't really feel vindication very often. Has your opinion on Donnie Darko changed? No, I still think it's a pretty shitty movie. We can achieve immortality through robotics. Dude, why is this thing in my... I'm wearing it weird. Hold on, let me fix this shit. There we go. Okay. It was in my mouth. That was bugging. What's going on now? I just don't like Donnie Darko, dude. I don't think it's as deep as it wants to be. I watched it. I had it built up, though. That was the problem. I won't tell you the whole story, but I had a friend that was like, you gotta watch Donnie Darko. You gotta watch Donnie. It's so brilliant, so brilliant. So it was built up to me in a way that, like, it probably couldn't fucking reach. What does TJ smell like? I don't know, dude. I've heard of the TJ stank, but really I didn't spend... Like, I lived with TJ for a couple of years, probably, close to it. Maybe not a couple of years, like a year and change. And I never really experienced, like, the TJ smells, so I can't really tell you. You know, but he and I didn't spend a whole lot of time hugging and sitting in each other's laps and shit. You get it? Like, we would sit on the couch, and he'd be on one end of it, and I'd be on the other, and we'd kind of, like, sit near each other when we filmed. But I was never, like, in the halo of stink, I don't think. Because I've heard about the TJ smells, and they're legendary. If Yellowstone blows you, you'll have a front seat. Oh, cool. Here in Wyoming? Neat. Here in my bunker in Wyoming. Are you wearing the mask alone? I'm wearing the mask for heat. This is a gator mask. So it's actually meant for, like, hunters and shit. And they wear it to, like, trap the heat of their breath and warm their noses and shit. So yeah, I'm wearing the mask alone. But I've also got my hands in my pockets so they don't freeze. I like the concept of It Follows, but I thought the protagonists were too unlikable to... I don't really need a totally likable protagonist, and I'm really susceptible to a good premise in a film, and I really liked the premise of It Follows. It was interesting, and it was a different twist on a very old morality tale that I enjoyed. So I really liked It Follows a lot. You liked The Happening? Hey, good on you, bro. I know there's people out there that love it. I can't hang. I've never seen the whole Happening yet. I've only seen bits and pieces of The Happening, bro. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to watch it. A 4-hour powerful stream. Yeah, I guess so, man. This is a good one. I hope a lot of people that come by and watch end up watching this one, because we've kind of gone down a lot of little roads and avenues, haven't we? We found ourselves in some weird places tonight, but that's cool. I enjoy that. Did you watch Hereditary? Yes, I've seen Hereditary. I liked it a lot. Wyoming is a good place to move if you don't like people. It has the lowest population landmass, blah, blah. Yeah, I know. That's why I moved here to Wyoming. Likability is overrated in movies. Whatever, yeah, I agree. To a certain extent. I mean, sometimes you want a likable protagonist, and sometimes a protagonist is likable despite them being kind of unlikable, you know? That's a really good protagonist. Like Henry Hill in Goodfellas. Wyoming doesn't have legal weed, though. Oh, that's true. That's a good point. Wyoming has the strictest marijuana laws in America. Yeah, dude. Did I pick Wyoming because it's sparsely populated? Yeah, dude. That's why I picked Wyoming. Have you watched Good Time 2017? Yeah. I might be depressed in Canada, but seeing America burn pleases me and gives me a reason to live. Oh, I love you. Can I give you a talk I gave to a dude the other day? I was talking to a dude in Portugal. I call this talk "Let the Eagle Soar," by the way. So get ready for this, right? So I was talking to this dude in the DFF Facebook fan Discord thing. I pop in there every once in a while. Homeboy was from Portugal. Hold on. Would you become a Biden shill if you were paid enough? No. Also, would you accept a role in his cabinet if offered? No, I wouldn't. No and no. So anyway, I was talking to this dude from Portugal, and he was talking about how, like, oh, you should come here, Paul, because it has this and has that, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, let me tell you something, man. I hate to burst your bubble, but the eagle is coming. And he said, what are you talking about? And he was like, you know, the EU, he started talking about the EU. He actually taught me a little bit about how the EU works. We talked about Brexit and shit. And it eventually reached a point where we were talking about the eagle. And I said, the eagle is coming. And he said, what? And I said, listen, America needs to be constantly growing. It can't stop growing. If it stops growing, its entire economy fails. So eventually, and I asked him, I said, what do you got there in Portugal? And he goes, we have no oil. And I was like, well, that's cool. But what do you got? You got some minerals? Yeah, we got some minerals and some mines and some stuff. And I was like, oh, we need that. And he goes, well, you would have to come and take it. And I was like, yeah, we're going to have to come and take it. See, he didn't understand. Like, and that's this Canadian guy that I'm talking to that came in here that was like, dude, I'm Canadian and I'm kind of depressed, but watching America burn. And it's like, dude, you better enjoy it while you can, dude, because America only burns for so long until it starts to burn somewhere else. We only take so much here before we have a good war and take some land somewhere. So, and when it comes time, dude, look at all the shit that fucking Canada's got. And you're right over our northern border, dude. We're going to roll tanks on you guys probably first. The eagle's going to soar there first. It's just going to come a time where America's going to go like, look, we need access to your resources. And if you're willing to work it out and become a little puppet state, then great. And if not, the tanks are going to roll across. And what are you guys going to do? Like, we've got a jet that we bought from you, eh? We've got like 1,000 jets that we bought from you, eh? And we're like, we have fucking 15,000 of those jets, you dumb fucking moose humper. Give up. And now you become part of New America. And now we own the oil under your fucking ground and all the timber on all your fucking land. And that's it, dude. You maple syrup sipping simp. Enjoy your fucking time in your quote-unquote country. Because eventually, let the eagle soar like he's never soared before. Oh my God, it's going to be great. Don't worry. You will get a part of TJ's cabinet after he wins a 50-state landslide. Yeah. We're not going to nuke you because we need your land and we need your people and we need your labor. We're just going to take you over, dumb shit. And then he was like, you probably would not do that via military because here in the and I was like, dude, we don't even start with the military. Here's what happens. We used Britain as an example. This is something I think might happen. Because he was talking about how Britain has all these problems, right, with Brexit. And one of the problems with Brexit is that like there's these BMW factories in Britain, right? But the drivetrains for those BMWs are made in Italy. Well, when Britain was part of the EU, there was this freedom of commerce, freedom of trade, free flow of money, and there was no taxation and no tariff on that. Well, now Italy's all like, well, fuck you, you're not part of the EU, so pay us our fucking tariffs. And it's like that with food as well. Great Britain is not a great place to grow food, and it's got a lot of people, and the balance of its fucking produce comes from the EU, like France and Germany and Belgium and shit. All those places, Denmark, they export a bunch of fucking shit, a bunch of produce, Poland to to Britain, right? Well, and when Britain was in the EU, once again, no tariff, no bullshit. It was just free flow of commerce. They got their food and it was great. Everybody got paid and it was great. Well, now all these places are like, well, you're not in the fucking EU, so fuck you. Pay us our tariffs like we were shipping this fucking orange over to the Americas or some shit. And so I was talking to the guy about the position that puts Britain in. And he was like, yeah, you know, and they're in a very bad position. I was like, dude, what if, can I get hypothetical with you? He was like, sure. And I said, what if there was this eagle nation that came and said, you guys got some problems with produce, huh? They're trying to charge you out the ass for tariffs on produce, huh? Well, we here at the Eagle Nation, we got lots of produce. Problem is, it don't adhere exactly to the standards that you have here in the EU for factory farming and ethical use of land and chemicals and blah, 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 blah. But I'm telling you what, we'll undercut these stupid-ass tariffs that the EU's trying to give you by this much. Just give us a piece. Let us own some of your industry. Let us come in. We'll be your partner. And then, you know, fuck these tariffs. We'll give you a real low tariff on it. It'll be negligible. And you can go back to having nice produce. Oh, and you know what? We heard something else, too. We here at the Eagle Nation heard something else. We heard that Italy is trying to charge you all these tariffs on these drive shafts for your BMWs. Man, that's a shame. Here in the Eagle Nation, every man, woman, and child wakes up in the morning, makes a drive shaft, and just throws it away and makes a new one the next day. It's just how we wake up here. We got drive shafts coming out our ears. I tell you what, let us take a little piece of BMW, not a controlling interest, but let us own a little piece, and we'll give you our drive shafts. No tariffs, no bullshit. And then all of a sudden the EU goes, wait, you do not need us anymore? What happened to our economy? Oh no. And the US is going, now we have a little puppet state in the EU where we own their fucking industry. That's how the eagle comes. It's not always with bombs. It's always with freedom. And you know what comes with that? We're going to set up some new factories for you over here. And they're going to have American work standards. And people are going to go, what? No tea time? And we're going to be like, you're fired, fucko. Come here, Hajib, the guy that everybody looks down on. Get to work. What? You hired one of those packy fucking immigrants before you hired a Londoner? Yeah, we did. Because he works. You want to work? Well, I guess so. Because if I don't work, how am I going to get my pork pies and bag of trout? Yeah, that's right. We own that now, too. All right, guess I'll work. And now you've accepted our fucking way of living. National Health Care Service? It's got to go. Too much money. It sounds like a bunch of fantasy, but you guys just wait. That's how the eagle comes sometimes. Not always with bombs. It comes with a smile and a handshake and a southern accent. Let us take a little piece. It's typical gangster fucking shit. You see it happen in fucking Goodfellas. Listen, take a piece of this fucking restaurant, huh? These fucking guys come in here, they're fucking, listen, I don't know what to do no more, Paulie. I'm supposed to go on the lam? Every time you fucking ask me, Paulie, every time you fucking ask me for something, I come through for you, no? And it's crazy, these guys come in here, they run up these bills, Paulie, and I ask them, they're fucking crazy, like I gotta go on the fucking lam for this guy? Take a piece of the business. You want me to take a piece of the restaurant?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about the restaurant business. All right? It's not even fair. No. Look. Call me tomorrow. I'll take a piece. We'll be You want to be partners? You want to be partners?
That's we're just doing that on the fucking economic scale, and we're already doing it in a bunch of fucking countries, and your little enclave is next when we need what you have underneath your soil, or we need the strategic position of your country. And if you want proof of this, walk out into your little unique culture and tell me how long it is before you see the golden arches, motherfucker. Why do you think that is? That doesn't mean anything. It's just a McNutt. No, that's America's cultural influence putting a foothold in your country, dipshit. Welcome to America. Enjoy your national health service while it lasts. Enjoy your Canadian health care because the eagle is about to soar. We're already there. We're already making you accept austerity, aren't you? Isn't that the big thing in the EU now? In Canada, it's like austerity, cuts, austerity, austerity, austerity. What do you think austerity? We invented it, motherfucker. We just call it business as usual here in the United States. But that McDonald's and Burger King and Taco Bell and Kentucky Fried Chicken that you've got down the street in your little enclave country that you're proud of your heritage in, that doesn't mean anything. Wink. Would you rather have Biden sniff your hair or Trump grab you by the you-know-what? Trump grab me just because the story would be better. Biden sniffing my hair would just be creepy. Trump grabbing me by my you-know-whats, grab me by the ghoulies, that'd be a story. Each empire thinks they're forever wrong so far. Yeah, I know, but in the dying, this empire is going to do a lot of damage to the people that think that they're not reliant on it when they are. That's the thing. The death throes of this particular empire is going to be pretty fucking epic, bro. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we're destined to take over the world or any fucking thing or last forever, but I'm just telling you the death throes are going to be, they're going to have consequences for you if you don't live here. Or it could change. To what? That's a pretty easy thing to type in a chat, but to what? When's it gonna do it? After how many more fucking species die? After how much more of the ocean is made uninhabitable? And at what cost? To human dignity and rights. Our chickens will come home to roost. They already have. What do you think? What do you think all this crazy shit is? This is our chickens. Happened in 2008 too, when the fucking economy almost crashed. Happened in the fucking, what was it, 1920, whatever, when the Great Depression happened, and the fucking Black Monday and Black Tuesday and shit. Would you play Salty Biscuit with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Good night, everybody. I'm done.